Wait, did you raid me and I hadn't started? I get destroyed. Actual. Did you even check my stream before you hosted me? You're an actual moron. No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Imagine, why wouldn't you check? It takes 10 seconds. We're not ending, we're starting. I'm just waiting. Civilization 6 players are like actually the worst people in the universe. And the concept of being on time just doesn't exist. So yeah, that's the problem. But thank you for the huge raid. I appreciate it, man. Thanks. I did want to take the opportunity to take the piss out of you, though. Ducker Z's in chat. Yeah, catch you later, Nick. Right, have a good night. Enjoy your evening. I'm settling in for some Civ. Is the Duke Nukem voice working yet? Yeah, I think I got. Hold on, let me check. Let me check text to speech. Duke Nukem is activated. In fact, I'm going to turn on the Mr. Mutant voice too. There you go. They should all be working. Here, let me turn off the music. I'll just talk about the game, I guess. Jesus Christ. You'd swear I was doing this professionally and I knew how to like switch scenes properly. No, instead of turning off the music, we'll just turn it down. Any Giga Chat L? Voices, it's exclamation mark TTS. Are you gonna L me? That's not okay. I will turn it off. Actually, I don't know if I can turn it off. My guy sounds like a pre-AIDS Magic Mike. What? What does that even mean? Obama. Implying all the donuts aren't going to be Obama. It's a great meme. Any prediction Settler stolen by turn 20? Ooh, actually, that's a good prediction. Let's throw up a prediction here. Start a prediction. Thanks so much, Sophie Black. I appreciate you. Start a prediction. Will the game have a settler steal? Question mark. Yes. Yoink. No. No yoink. They actually still don't have the lobby up. It's now 6 p.m. This is when the game is meant to start, by the way. Is right now. I was so thrown off that Koibu named that one guy Obama. Yeah, that was, God, it's such a dumb joke. And I had been watching, I think I'd watched a few clips of Destiny, like when he was talking to like some, it was the Lycan Lauren Southern thing, and when Lauren was like talking or something, and then the Lauren Obama emote or dono alert kept playing, and he kept cracking up, and that's like corpsing, you know, when you see an actor like breaking their shit laughing when they're trying to do a scene. It was just like that. I was nearly crying laughing at it. It was just the funniest shit. Alright, the lobby is up. I can join. Posted. Is Potato British? No, I'm not British, but good guess. Close. Who's your favourite pro Civ player? Me, of course. How could it be anything else? Actually, first. Hog. Is the Obama meme from something else? It's just a Trump thing. He said Obama like in a
0 cents.
thanks.
Obama. Obama.
Oh my God. Okay, this is new lore. I've never heard it do that one. I've never heard the voice do that. So that's the custom text to speech voice that we have. We have a bunch of them. No, Jesus Christ. Duke donated. The non-Destiny viewers don't know? No, they don't. They don't get it. This is like, he's a pioneer, but we're slowly spreading his memes to the rest of the internet covertly. I'm an undercover Taliban agent, don't worry. We're a sleeper cell. Calling an Irishman English generally gets the same result as calling a Sicilian Italian, meaning you usually get punched in the mouth. I mean, I'm not that mad about it. I might just punch you in the mouth if you have a particularly punchable face and it's a good time for me to do it. Hey there, just joined stream. Glad that you are doing some casting. It will be fun. I'm looking forward to it. This might be a solo cast, which I don't know how I'm supposed to handle that. I think I actually need to have 2 people or this doesn't work. Obama. I love it sometimes when they do the sorry, what? Your previous castings are really good in my opinion. Well, that's because I had Michael help me out. I had Michael help me out, and he does a lot of the casting because he's a lot more familiar with it than I am. So I was able to kind of like rely on him and focus on actually asking things and rather than explaining the game and trying to figure stuff out. Thank you so much, Thatos the Warden, for your Twitch Prime, buddy. That's true as well, but you did contribute a lot. That's true, yeah. I mean, it's not like I'm not trying to like undervalue my contribution. It's just like it was easier because I had someone to bounce off of. We are waiting for I think everybody's in the lobby except one spectator. Are we just waiting for Liege? Or is he casting the French game? These guys like actually type nothing publicly. Like they have their own private channels. So I'm just like sitting here like, hey, what's up, bros? I can cast. I know this game super well. I'm a deity level player. Yes, Morbus, you used the Russia exploit. What was I going to say? You used the one exploit that like won you the game. Talk star positions, different leaders, nations, bonuses, resources, era score, and see where it goes. I'll probably start talking about things as the draft get going. I'm feeling a little bit familiar enough with the game to start making like predictions and talk about things. I'm someone who hasn't seen Pro Civ before. Can you explain the format, the settings, etc.? Yeah, that's actually a good question. Right. So the format of this is 4v4 teamers, which is you have 2 teams of 4 players. Pretty straightforward. There is a draft phase where players will pick. They will pick and ban a variety of civs, and depending on what civs you see banned and picked, will sort of set the tempo of how the game will play. There then is the map phase where they pick a map and they will load into a game, a randomly generated game, and then they'll have 8 turns to decide if they want to do a remap. If they call for a remap on turn 8, then we will get another map. Each team, I believe, has 1 remap token. Now, I don't know if that's 1 remap token for the entire best of 3. This is round 2 of the best of 3. This is game 2 of the best of 3 semi-finals. and the hold on, let me think about it. Oh, I don't know if the remap token is per game or for the whole series, so we might see a remap here, we might not see a remap here. The other things that we need to be looking out for, it's a teamer game, so expect to see sometimes players will pick like kind of gamble early war sibs who will essentially, it's like a Zergling rush. They will pick, like they will pray that they spawn near an enemy player who's like an eco player, and then they'll just rush him to try to like take him out of the game. So then they have to try to carry their game on a non-eco civ. And there's like a whole, like, you kind of, depending on the position, it's the part 2 of yesterday. Yeah, it depends. Remove my team. Oh. Okay, so now we are into the banning phase. There will be, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bans. I think it's 4 bans. Each team will do I think each team will do 3 bans, and then there'll be a phase 2 for another 4 bans. So things we would probably look to see banned are usually like the strongest civs in the game. You might see Russia. Russia is a common ban. You might see Babylon here. You might see Hungary getting banned. Hungary has been used a lot more in the meta these days because Hungary can do some incredibly powerful levying. Portugal is another really, really good ban. Portugal is an extremely strong civ in teamers just because they're really, really good at generating gold. And if you have one player dedicated to generating gold and another player generating to producing a high military, they kind of work together, and the gold player can help that person sustain their military production. So that's kind of why you might see economic civs taken out of the game. Russia is taken out of the game because they're picking Russia is a bit like putting a timer bomb on the game. Russia is so powerful at simming, particularly towards a culture victory, that they kind of like, picking Russia is a bit like it's not like a Zergling rush, but it's a bit, I don't know how to describe it. It's like playing on Arena in Age of Empires 2. Like, you're going to be walling up and playing for the late game, if that makes sense. The map will be on the 7 Seas map. This will be a relatively large map, so we're likely to see a lot of simming and not a lot of late game stuff. So I'm expecting to see mid game civs that have Knight unique units, Corsair unique units, and Cavalry unique units. I'm not expecting, so looks like Dido and Byzantium being taken out here. Dido, another incredible sim civ, and Byzantium, an incredible military civ with a mid-game cavalry unique unit with the Tagma. So that's what I would expect to see. A lot of mid-game oriented aggression and a lot of late-game oriented SimCity civs. So I would expect to see, Russia, really, really good early. Simming is basically like ecoing. It's like you're the pocket player. You're not trying to fight. You're not trying to fight anyone. You're not trying to get involved in any wars. You're basically hiding behind your team and trying to get your stats really high. You're trying to get a lot of gold. You're trying to get a lot of science. You're trying to get a lot of production. You're trying to get a lot of cities. So that's what simming means. Simming is basically like you're pretending the other team doesn't exist. You're playing your own game. I guess the equivalent would be in StarCraft 2 or something like you're playing a macro game. You're not going for you're not playing like you're playing a bigger, grander narrative than you are on a sort of more aggressive play, if that makes sense. You're focusing on the macro. The game takes anywhere, I would say on average, somewhere between 4 and 6 hours. About 100, I would say about 100 turns is like an average game. 120 could be like pretty reasonable. Shaka is banned. This is another incredibly good mid to late game militaristic civilization. They have incredibly good economics because of their unique district that gives them a ton of gold and culture from just improving it, which is a way for them to sim while also getting all of the great generals. And great generals are incredibly important because having a +5 combat strength bonus actually gives you like a 10%. Sorry, it's not 10%. It's like it's like a 25% damage boost. So having a great general advantage is really good. And we're seeing a Maori ban as well. Maori, just like a super flexible civ. They start off, they can kind of wander around the map for a while. They get like really, really good start to the game. Really hard to justify leaving Mali in the game. So these are the bans. And it looks like, I would say this is heavily banned in the direction of simming. 5 of these civs I would consider sim civs, where they focus not on war, but on playing for late game power, looking for nukes or a win condition. And in particular, 2 of these civs are gold civs. So we're seeing a Wilfrid Laurier pick. Now, the interesting thing about Wilfrid Laurier is that this is kind of like Russia 2.0. Russia and Canada tend to spawn in the tundra where no one else spawns, so they kind of have their own section of the map to themselves, and they tend to play in a very simming style. Now, they are slightly different. I don't think Canada usually goes for a religion, although you can go for a religion. So a Canada pick here. A Canada has been changed a little bit. For example, your city centres in tundra gain +1 food. You could build farms in tundra. There's a few different things. I would say Canada here is potentially like just a simming late game culture direction civ. I don't think it's necessarily exactly saying that we're going for a culture victory. This could be just looking for a strong culture or diplomatic victory civ, and it could also just be looking for a strong simming civ. Now, Philip and Hojo picks for Team 2. That's a big statement here. This is a 7 seas map, so these are 2 naval civs. These are 2 civilizations that are likely to spawn near water, and they're also 2 civs that are really, really good at generating gold, and also at fighting. Both of these players can be incredibly aggressive at most stages of the game, and Spain in particular is the kind of civ that is a little bit of a dice roll civ. If you spawn in the right location on the map, you can completely obliterate the game. Because of their special mechanics for trading between continents. If Spain spawns in the split of a continent, they can do incredible work here with their missions, with their incredibly strong trade routes, and then with a mid-game push using their military units. And it looks like a Gorgo pick as well. Now, the interesting thing about a Gorgo pick here is that Gorgo is one of the strongest defenders against a culture victory, while also having a really, really powerful military. So the fact that they picked Canada and Gorgo means that they want to play maybe a cultural direction, completely dominate the culture tree, and also prevent any culture defense from the other team. Now, it all comes down to what this last ban is, as far as I'm concerned. We're seeing Rome banned, really, really strong civ, just out the gate, just generally strong, as is Persia. Persia is an incredibly strong civ for doing internal trades. They don't have to rely on international trade. And Khmer is just generally a really good simming civ, but also a really good mid-game timing push with its high mobility artillery units, the Domri. I'm surprised we haven't seen a Cree ban or a Cree pick, considering Cree is open. I guess it's because it's a 7 seas map, but Cree is one of the strongest civs in multiplayer. I don't think it's particularly strong in single player, but it is really, really strong in multiplayer. There's an accent on Laurier pronounced with an A at sound at the end. And there's the Scythia ban. So definitely seeming to respect here the potential for Team 1 to go aggressive. Oh, actually, sorry. It was or Team 1 respecting the fact that Team 2 is potentially looking for aggression with 2 very, very strong mid-game simming and war civs. So I'm curious to see what the next picks are. I can't believe we haven't seen a Cree pick. Like, that's blowing my mind. I'm surprised we haven't seen like something like Germany picked. This is a really big map. I'm surprised we haven't seen Gaul picked. This is also like Germany, Gaul, Babylon. This is a good map for Babylon. I feel like there's a lot of civs here still in the pool, but it looks like, Team 1 has definitely gone in a very and here it is. This is the culture victory defense pick. So Team 2, I think, accurately read that Team 1 wants to dominate and control the culture victory. So they pick Eleanor of Aquitaine, but the English version of Eleanor, who is slightly different from the French one. She is really, really good at defending culture victories. She's okay at getting them, but like way, 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 way better at defending culture victories than she is anything else. In addition to this, she's also a really good gold and simming civ because this is the English Eleanor, which means she gets the Royal Navy Dockyard, those half-cost naval districts on a 7 seas map. So she's going to be able to churn out those trade routes, churn out those traders, and a Victoria pick here. So Team 1 kind of picking 2 Englands picked here, both the Victoria and Eleanor version. It looks like Team 1 is seeing that Team 2 is looking to control the seas. And for those of you who don't know, controlling the seas is actually a really, really big deal because you can lose the game if you settle coastally very, very easily. And also, if you control the seas, you can play nuclear subs in the late game, and nuclear subs are basically impossible to stop if your enemy has them. very, very important pick here. I really do think if Victoria gets a safe spawn here, I think Team 1 is in a great spot. However, if Victoria spawns against like 2 of any of these civs, she's going to be dead because she just can't hold back 2 civs on the water. She can hold back 1 pretty easily, but the might of 2 civs on the water might be too much. Now, we've also got a Lautaro pick. So this is definitely kind of pointing in a sort of very culturally heavy game. Like, they are, I'm not sure what exactly they're going to be doing here, but it looks like they want to play very, very heavy on like a mid-game push with culture, like armies and cores or something, or they want to play for that. Yeah, I don't understand the Lautaro pick. Lautaro is just really, really strong. Now, the big advantage of Lautaro is being really, really strong against people in golden ages. So he almost has like a catch-up mechanic. If people are doing really, really well, Lautaro smashes into them. Now, somebody said Lautaro is a gold maker. I don't even... How is Lautaro a gold maker? This feels to me like a war save. And we've got... Nope, not Montezuma. Movember. Montezuma. Okay, it looks like we've got the Aztecs locked in. So Aztecs have been locked in, which is a very, very aggressive early game save. So it looks like Team 2 has gone for a very, very aggressive build with a single player built to defend against the culture victory. I think... Do I need to like ready up? I can't tell. I'm just going to wait and see what other people do. Looks like the teams are switching out their picks now. Lautaro bonus works on naval, which is nice in 7 Cs. That is true. I didn't remember that. I don't think I've ever ran into that before. But Lautaro's combat bonus actually does seem to work on the water. So people putting a lot of respect on the water. I mean, it is a 7 Cs map, so you know, we shall see how things shake out. Game is starting. Looks like everybody is connected and we're ready to ready up. There you go. I'm readying up as well. Bada bing, bada boom. Good luck, have fun. It's called. The teams are getting ready. We're getting ready, and I'm excited for this game. Team 2 hoping for a continent split start. Yeah, it definitely looks that way. I mean, they've picked a lot of really, really strong naval saves. I mean, every single one of their saves is strong on the Navy, except for Montezuma. And this save is strong on Navy, just purely due to the fact that they get bonus luxuries. In fact, need to disable Wonder. Huh. The Aztec save allowed to have their allies. So yeah, like someone was saying, it does look like Team 2 is looking for a continent split. Both Spain and the Aztecs scale incredibly well off of continent splits. For example, the Aztec, basically how continents work is every continent in the game can have up to 4 luxuries on it, and for every luxury the Aztec has improved, they get +1 combat strength. So if they spawn in the middle of 3 continents, they can get up to +12 combat strength, and when you combine 2 units together, you get +10. So this just makes their units like you cannot deal with an Aztec player who has 12 luxuries. Like you actually just cannot stop them. So it looks like Team 2 here is looking for the high roll, which is kind of interesting. Water luxuries as well on a water map actually has a big impact. 1 second, I need to blow my nose. Yeah. I was blowing my nose and I wasn't able to ready up. They're using a new version of BBS where Aztec and Spain have guaranteed continent split. Are they? I don't think I installed a new version of BBS. So that wasn't explained to me, so, you know. I don't think you're allowed to trade cities, by the way.
First stirrings of life beneath water, to the great
I want to see some naval warfare. Well, multiplayer warfare in Civ 6 is very explosive. You'll see two people kind of jostle, and not much will happen. There will be a little bit of trading. People will look for advantageous positions. And then what they will do is they will try to make multiple points of the game converge. What they'll do is they will pre-build a bunch of galleys and then try to upgrade them all on the same turn and hit the enemy with like 10, 12 galleys at the same time. Or super hardcore rush galleys and hit them with like 3 or 4 just really early into the game. So I'm gonna move my camera here a little bit gently. Let's check continent splits. Aztec, not too far from a continent split. As is, that's England. I want to find Spain, because this is our map 1. Now, this map could get remapped. Also, this is how you know the map seam, because sometimes hills get borked out. In particular, desert hills tend to get borked out when the map wraps around. There is Greece. Let's have a little bit of a look. Spain did not. So neither Spain nor the Aztecs spawned on a continent split. Now, he does have access to an interesting, delicate arch here. I definitely feel like... in terms of my personal preferences here, I kind of like Kabachok's team's picks here. This feels very, very appropriate for a 7 Seas map. Taking a look at the Mapuche start location, they're settling on a 2-1 base, so no +1 production here. They're working on scouts. They do have a couple of 2-2 tiles, as well as a 3-2 tile. Now, that 3-2 tile is really, really going to help him in the early game. And he has relatively good chops, relatively good area. And he also has access to the Dead Sea and a bunch of settlements. So if he finds that early, I think maybe there could be a remap here, depending on if somebody gets a high roll. Let's take a look at Canada. Canada. Now, this looks like an okay tundra. There's not a huge amount of deer. There's not a huge amount of camps. There's no tundra luxuries. So I wouldn't call this the best tundra ever. However, it is made up for the fact that there is the Yosemite over here, and Yosemite being a very, very strong wonder, adding +1 science and +1 gold to all adjacent tiles, including the ones that are touched by 2 of them. I would say, as Canada, I would be very happy with this start location. Very, very happy with that. Relatively isolated start too. So this is honestly, if I'm team, I'm going to call this right side. If I'm team Canada, if I'm team 1 over here on the right, then, or if I'm team, oh man, it's so hard because like it's actually like team 1 is actually the people on the left, but I'm going to say team Canada. If I'm team Canada, I'm super happy with this start. Like if I figure out that I'm isolated, like nobody can touch this player until like Navy, and I don't think there's a naval player nearby. No, there actually is no naval player nearby that can stop Canada. Canada is isolated. The closest player is this Eleanor? I think it is. Yeah, Eleanor is over here, okay? Look how far Eleanor has to come to try to interrupt Canada here. Canada is going to be able to play an incredibly strong sim game here and go straight for a culture victory or whatever, really anything they want. In terms of Japan's start, I like Japan's start. Now, Japan isn't in a team with Mapuche, but he is alone on this sea, which he is going to figure out relatively quickly, I imagine. So that's going to be useful for him to know. Man, is somebody dropping pins or something? Because, man, the performance of this game is going downhill. Looks like we've got 2-3 base, or a 2-3 tile. That's really, really good. High production start. He's also got a 2-1 base tile for his city. A couple of 2-2s and some early boosts here. Potentially going to see maybe Sheep Pantheon here. I would be interested to see who is going to be getting the early faith here. I'm curious to see if we'll see any fast Pantheons. Go ahead and raise up the volume here a little bit. Game 3, Spain is able to trade with England nicely. So we've got London over here and Madrid here and Spain. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of role that these guys were looking for. London or Spain and England are on the same ocean, which means they can trade over the water. Trading over the water generates more gold than trading over the land. So this is going to be like the economic muscle of Team 2 here. It's going to give them so much gold. It's going to be ridiculous. In fact, I don't know if it's a God of the Sea start for either of these players. Maybe for London, you've got those 3-1 tiles, so I would expect to see God of the Sea and a builder rush. So in terms of opening builds, usually if you have like 1 or 2 fish on a reef, you will immediately go for shipbuilding or sailing rather. You'll immediately go for sailing and a builder and try to get these improved, and then also get access to the shipbuilding or the God of the Sea Pantheon, so that you can get these like really, really strong fish tiles online early and get like incredible tempo. So this is like a pretty standard build order. It also looks like he maybe settled on a T or a geotherm. I can't tell what they settled on. T. So England has in fact settled on T. The stereotype is alive and kicking. That providing him +1 science, actually putting him into the lead in terms of science right now. The only person making 4 per turn. Aztec City. The Aztec are in a position to kind of cause problems for London, but it's off, the ocean, and they're... Sorry. Which London is this? Sorry. These 2 guys are spawning. These 2 guys are on the same team. These 3. This is like a 3 block plus... Hold on, okay, so Aztec and England. So this is bad for England, right? It's really difficult when there's 2 Englands in the game. I get so confused, dude. It's like, wait, who is who? Now, the problem with this England is that he has Japan on one side and Aztec on the other. So this England player is dead, which is really, really bad for Team 1 because their gold simming player is just dead, and their war player, like Lautaro and Gorgo here, are both free sim. They're not in a position to actually intervene in this war. So England... this is the sacrificial lamb of the game, and this is just really, really bad positioning. Like, if there was another... If this... Oh, man, feels bad. Feels real bad. And they're not even coastally, so they can't even contest, like, this ocean. They're going to have to deal with... Oh, man. So, Red Victoria, or Red England, is in really, really bad shape. They are going to pick up some stuff. I'm not seeing any, like... No Pantheons are going to be coming out anytime soon. I would honestly be surprised if we don't see a remap here. I'm curious as to see what Canada sees. Like, where is he going with that first settler? Not sure. Gorgo going for an early builder too. I wonder... Gorgo going for sailing, spawning near these really, really nice reef tiles. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 different people going for fast sailing off the back of these reef fish tiles. But just goes to show you just how strong the players think that reef... Same team. Wait, this is Eleanor, England? Sprigus. No, this is different. This is Sprigus. Aztec has 2 extra coastal looks. That is true. Aztec does have, like, he has truffles over here. He has whales and amber here. So that's 3. He has silk, 4, dyes, 5, and... coffee, 6. So +6 combat strength on Aztec here, and he's not too far from a continent split. He could very easily pick up this mercury, very easily pick up this furs, very easily pick up this cotton. Actually, this is honestly, I expect to see this Aztec player to become a literal nightmare, because he's actually on a 3 continent split theoretically relatively easily. Yes, this is going to be a terrifying Aztec game. Genuinely terrifying Aztec game. Let's see. Who have I not checked in on? So Kyoto did go for sailing, but didn't go for the builder. Weird. I wonder why that was. It's an interesting... I guess he doesn't have... Like, I don't know why you would go for sailing and then not get the builder. Is that to get a galley out relatively early? Kind of odd. Would they remap just for the Victoria player? It depends. I think sometimes I don't understand what goes into a player's head in the remap process very well. I'm sure that the Victoria player is asking for a remap. No remap called by Pro Pig Andy. That's it. The game is locked in. This is the map we are playing. How much Civ 6 multiplayer have you watched? Not a huge amount. I haven't played it much either. Oh man, okay. Settlers are coming out. So fairly standard stuff. Nobody is like doing anything weird so far. Everyone is just getting their first cities. So what we're likely to see is most players probably get 3 cities out early, and then use those 3 cities to go for some sort of early game play. And it all just kind of depends on the direction they're going. Now it looks like Eleanor is going for astrology. So I'm expecting to see either early harbors or a holy site play. Probably leaning towards early harbors because you need to get astrology in order to pick up celestial navigation, and they do already have their boat tech out. So I would expect to see a very, very early Royal Navy dockyard from Pro Pigget from here. Propaganda. Settlers are coming out. No, like, cheeky, like, positioning things right now. Now, Kabachuk still does not yet know that Eleanor is, or Victoria is between them. But I imagine, based on this map positioning, right, if you look at the knowledge that these players have, they have to think like, oh man, they're either over here, maybe they're over here, or maybe they're here, right? Because they can kind of see each other very effectively. Now, this like trio of players, this is like a lovely muscle to have. I thought, so this like block of 3 players is incredibly strong. They see loyalty. They might see loyalty. I think, actually, you might be right on loyalty. They might see loyalty. This settler now, if it goes north, that's bad news. Because this England player does not see much. If this goes north at all, that might be a wrap. That might be the prediction sealed here. So this is the area of the map to watch right now. Because if anything happens, it's going to happen over here. I think most of these other players are going to play SimCity, like, you know, Canada getting out a second city, although I'm not sure I like this second city if he's going coastally. This feels bad, man. I don't know about this. I settling on a floodplain. I guess you do have the 5-1 really nice rice tile that's been flooded already. Like, that's pretty good. Settler is heading north solo. Ooh, spooky stuff here. This scout is only a couple of moves away. Now, the settler does have good vision against the scout. Canada wasn't settling the cow. They're settling here because they want this really good, strong growth tile. They want the 1 food, 3 production tile. They're looking to be carried off the back of this food here. They want to grow real fast in here. You see that too. Settler steel production. Yeah, man, the settler steel here potential is huge. Kyoto settling towards the south, and potentially England. I mean, this guy's only 2 turns away from getting into a settled position, whereas this guy's too far out to catch him. I'm wondering if the Aztec player is waiting to see if a scout will come over the hill here. It's kind of what it feels like to me. Then maybe he might be able to snatch it now. But if the settler gets to a safe place, it'll be pretty good. In terms of city-states, there are some really significant city-states in the game. A lot of gold city-states. We're going to see a very high eco game. The people are probably going to fight over them. In terms of these, Valletta might have a bit of significance. I don't know if Kumasi will. Now, Samarkand could make a big difference for the Spanish and English player over here, I think, because of the extra gold on international trade routes that they want to make use of. Otherwise, Hong Kong might come relevant in certain phases of the game. Rapa Nui could be useful for defending against or winning the culture victory. I don't think there's a city-state here that shouts out to me that, like, this will significantly impact, like, shape the game. It'll be more like the people will fight over these pretty naturally. Aztec, of course, getting their second city out off of the coast. Looks like they're not playing to contest the coast because they seem to be looking to dominate the land. What wonders are on the map? Well, so far we have seen Pantanal over here, which is looking pretty good. I think I've seen another one, which was the Mount Yosemite, or Yosemite Valley, rather. I think I also saw the Dead Sea on Gorgo. Who had the Dead Sea? I don't remember. It was the Mapuche. So the Mapuche getting the Dead Sea over here. A very, very strong wonder, giving you 2 food, 2 culture, 2 faith. And I'm wondering, have we seen any pantheons go yet? No, I don't think people have gotten pantheons yet, but they are getting closer to them. So that's 3 of the wonders. I wonder if there's an Ayayukul hiding down here in the south. What is this? This is a regular mountain. We've got a Mount Vesuvius down here south of Greece. And I'm expecting maybe a settle on the Maze. Although I don't love that settlement. It doesn't feel very strong. South of Spain. Oh, that's right. We've got the Lone Arch here. Or is it the Lone Arch? Delicate Arch. Sorry. Yeah, the Delicate Arch. Giving a very, very nice faith boost over here. I don't know if this is good enough for a Petra city, but it's definitely settleable on the north side for the extra faith and gold. And Spain makes good use of those yields. Second settlers should be coming out relatively soon. Or third settlers, rather. for everyone. I'm wondering who has a little bit of tempo here. It looks like everybody's basically within like a turn or two of each other. Actually, the Mapuche with this really, really good banana tile is probably like a turn ahead of most people on getting the settler out. Now, of course, depending on the terrain, that'll actually dictate when the settler gets down. But I would say generally so far, basically everyone has roughly the same tempo. Now, it does indeed look like Japan is going for fast holy sites here. Maybe looking to set up a holy site triangle of some kind. Japan, of course, getting that extra +1 adjacency on districts rather than the +1 adjacency from 2 districts. They get it just with 1. I'm curious. I'm really, really excited to see. So if Japan is the faith player going for a religion. Now, I think in order to... just to think here, I'm pretty sure Japan gets half cost, or not half cost, but they get a 50% production boost towards I thought they get a bonus production boost towards districts. Yeah, they do. They build holy sites at half price. Yeah, you can share adjacency between multiple cities. So if you build 2 cities, districts next to each other, you can get extra adjacency. This scout is a little bit worrying. I think this district is going to get pillaged, and Japan's going to be pretty annoyed about it. This slinger has to move. Like, God, getting a pillage off on this, not only is it going to go ahead and force him to do the repair, it's also going to give England the faith that they need to pick an early Pantheon here and snatch that. Slinger moved forward, so now he's setting up for the kill on the scout. He's like, you can come in and pillage this, but you're going to pay with the scout's life, seems to be the message being sent here by the Japanese player. And England seems like that's a pretty good trade for them, because if they can get a particularly good Pantheon in the next few turns, I think that says a lot, or rather, that will do a lot for them. Can you show the appeal on Mapu? Not bad at all. I don't think... appeal really matters too much. Did Spain get a continent split? Spain did not. Unfortunately, Spain did not get a did not get a continent split. However, they could potentially, but it's not, I don't know, it's not good enough really. Wow, this settler going very, very far away on a very, very long journey here. Maybe this is based on Greece's scouting. Like, do they feel very, very safe? I guess they know where at least 2 of the players are, over here and here. This is a Hail Mary settler for sure. It's going very, very deep here. I wonder if it's going to settle on the deer to have a 2-2 base, or is it going to settle here to have access? I think it would be settled on the deer. Now, the pillage is, of course, executed over here by England on the holy site, netting him 15 culture, which will get him a Pantheon. It looks like he's also going to escort a settler out here to forward settle towards Kyoto, Japan. He can build this unique improvement on breathtaking tile. That's why appeal matters. Well, I suppose if he chops out a lot of this jungle, the appeal of this area will go up quite a bit. I forgot about that rule. But this is like so annoying. This is like one of the most annoying things you can do with a scout in the early game, is to stand on someone's district this early. And honestly, the best thing to do would be to just fortify it here for a turn until you get hit and then retreat. That forces him to do something other than repairing it. It'll delay his religion. This is just really, really good damage. This is like managing to walk a Reaper into an enemy's mineral line and get a couple of SCV kills. Like, this is just extremely high value trading here happening. So England's got to be happy about that. Do we see any Pantheon picks right now? No Pantheons out just yet. England, where's your Pantheon, bro? No Pantheons? Not even one? Very surprised by that, considering they managed to pillage out the faith for one. But England settling... So, I actually don't like this England settlement positioning. I feel like having a long line of cities is actually a way harder to defend than like a triangle of cities. A triangle of cities feels really easy to defend. This isn't really very good defensive terrain. He can't position many archers behind his city should Japan come for him. He is relatively good defensive against Aztec, but I feel like Stoke-upon-Trent should have been maybe on this river. I don't know, like on the aluminium tile here. Gogo setting up trade with Canada. You know what? You're right. This looks like it's in range for these two players to be trading each other and also settling on these incredible cocoa tiles. A 2-2-3 base with another 2-2-3 tile and a 2-1-3 tile also in reach. I'm wondering, yeah, looks like the builder was not killed, but he did manage to sneak that scout out with a first move, last move, and he's going to get the pillage on the deer. God, this is just such efficient damage. I'm loving this play from Spriggo here. Sprig out. He's got pillage on the holy site, and he's going to get a pillage on the deer, and he might even get the scout away. But he's gathered so much info. He's done so much damage with a single scout. This is why scouts are so important. I'm going to tell you guys right now, you should build 2 scouts in every game you play, okay? Because opportunities like this, they just make it worth it. I wonder if they settle like that to put Navy dockyards in lakes. You know, that's a good question. That could be the reason. Maybe that they are favoring that Navy dockyard so highly. In terms of technology here, we are seeing harbors placed and actually built in London and getting built in Sheffield. So I don't think I see... There is a trader coming out, but there's no lighthouse in here yet. But we might see that lighthouse coming soon. So very, very naval trade, heavy focus play right now. And Spain has yet to get harbors. He is working on it though. He is working on celestial navigation. So he's going to be getting his own harbors out very, very soon. Surprised to not see Spain go for a religion this game. Kind of an interesting decision. Maybe they're expecting Japan to be the religious player. Another pillage, by the way, was gotten off here, which is just, again, free damage. What's your favorite civ to play as? I really like playing as the Khmer. Let's have a look here. Canada. Has Canada actually found... He has found the Yosemite Valley. It looks like he's settling to set up trade. And he does know that England is to his east. So he's going to know to control this strait here is incredibly important. However, if England gets a city on this lake, the eastern half of Canada's empire is under great threat. So he might have to actually push a little bit further. Although it depends on how the players position their cities. Picking up an early galley, probably for era score at this point. There are 10 turns left on the era. Most people have or are close to golden ages, so possibly not even era score, and just valuing the scouting information that this galley will give him. Is there a reason Spain hasn't opted to check south or settle south instead towards his Aztec teammate? There probably is a good reason that he's done this. I don't know. I don't fully understand the meta of Civ 6 multiplayer yet. Is there a stream delay so they can't cheat? No, I don't think so. But like, it would be pretty obvious if you saw someone cheating, I feel like. In terms of great people, because they would act upon information that they can't possibly know. Is Potato solo casting today? I mean, I'm in here on my own. I thought I was going to have the people I casted with me yesterday to cast these games, but they just didn't show up today. So, you know. I thought we'd said that we're going to cast all 3 games together, but you know, here I am casted a game on my own. He's trying to show Naval Road for traders. It could be. Pantheon checks 2.2. Pantheon fertility rights on England. I actually don't know. We are playing with a mod that changes the effects of these things. So you get a free builder and +1 food on cattle, rice, wheat, and maize tiles. Now, let's have a look here. So we do have a cattle, we do have rice, we do have cattle. So overall looking like just kind of, this seems like a weird pick to me. Is this like for tempo? It's got to be for tempo. Like they have relatively good production tiles, so getting extra food early means they grow to their max pop, means they're producing at maximum level. Lej is always casting. Yeah, Lej is casting this game in French, I think. Let me have a look here. Pantheon, we have Lady of the Reeds and Marsh. Now, that's an interesting pick, obviously, on a nice floodplain city over here. Could potentially see an Etamananki from this player. Is he researching it? He is researching riding, so researching riding could potentially lead to an Etamananki play. Obviously, with the Lady of Reeds and Marsh, that does kind of like point in that direction. This is also a really, really big floodplain. I think it's rare to see a floodplain this big. Lady of the Reeds and Marshes has actually been changed in the mod. It actually gives you +1 production from Marsh, Oasis, and floodplains, so picking up an extra bit of production in this city. Yeah, Lady of the Reeds and Edamananki is just like a really, really good setup that you'll see in most teamer games because players are just likely to spawn in a place where that can be done quite easily. These deer still unfortunately pillaged, eating into the gold income of Kyoto. Nobody has pulled ahead in terms of sim just yet, and I don't think it's time that we would see people pull ahead in terms of simming just yet. We would kind of expect players. Now, ooh, Spain. Now, I like this play from Spain. Spain recognizing that they are in a very, very protected position, and rather than going for early districts, they're going to 5 cities fast, and they may even go to 6 cities fast. So this is a fast 5 to 6 city play from Spain, which is a style that I really, really like. I haven't seen many people do this. Typically,
$5.00 could you suggest a good religion civ to play for someone who doesn't play religions and hasn't found it enjoyable / doesn't understand the ins and outs?
How do I turn off TTS? Why are they still playing? I would totally be willing to suggest that to you. Basically, I would suggest either Khmer or India. And also watch my own videos on how to play a religion game. Yeah, I completely lost. I don't know how to turn off the TTS. God damn it, that's really annoying. Your donut wasn't annoying. It's annoying that I don't know how to turn it off. Russia is also a really good religion civ to play. God, what was I talking about? Oh, right. Most players will go 3 cities before they go... LLL time. Listen, most players will go 3 cities and then build some kind of infrastructure. They'll build some districts, they'll go for a government plaza, and then maybe they'll get another 3 to 4 cities, they'll build another round of districts, and maybe get like another 3 to 4 cities, and they'll kind of expand in phases. Spain going for an extremely protected, extremely early mass expand, looking to capitalize and get not early tempo, but just early thickness. They're going super wide, like giga wide, and honestly, kind of surprised that Trebuchet is doing this. I would have expected this from Aztec. Aztec has not yet built a district and is going for a 4th settler. Now, this sort of aggressive play does potentially, depending on how Liverpool plays, open up a very, very strong timing window against these players where England could mount like a swordsman push or something like that, or maybe a courser push. Some sort of push England could do because these players are playing very greedy. Now, there are 3 of them. So potentially, this is kind of more what I would expect, like Japan going for 2, going for a bunch of holy sites and then looking to expand. They wanted the dockyards in the lake. Yeah, of course. It definitely makes sense. I kind of questioned it a little bit in terms of like defensiveness. But otherwise, totally fine. How is Greece doing? So Greece is now also putting down harbors. These teams really favoring these coastal trade. It looks like gold is going to be the name of the game today. Everyone getting their harbors going. I'm kind of surprised by that. I don't think I've ever seen such an emphasis on early gold. But this is a 7 seas map, and we're likely to see simming. And one of the best districts to go for, if you're going to sim, is either a holy site, or a commercial hub, or a harbor. Those are like the 3 simming districts. If you're not trying to make like a mid-game play, you go for those because they give you long-term value in terms of food production and gold. Can they get loyalty pressure from players in the same team? I don't think so. Dido crying in the corner for being banned? True. Dear Lord, those fish tiles. Yeah, these are some really, really, really nice fish tiles. Looks like Sparta did, in fact, pick up God of the Sea, which I believe is God of the Sea. I believe it's actually unchanged. In the mod, it's still just +1 production from fishing boats, which is quite good. Any other pantheons here? We're looking City Patron Goddess. Now, that's an interesting one. So the very first district in all of Canada's cities will be built 50% quicker. So getting his harbours up nice and quick here. Also, Temple of Artemis, and it's a really, really nice Temple of Artemis. This is like the Canada Giga Sim game, although there is a scout in here looking around, sniffing around, trying to maybe find some value in terms of pillaging or something like that. Let's have a look here. Settler. Yeah, we're just seeing some pretty standard stuff here from England. Get your early district up, get your settler out. No government plaza coming up just yet. Probably doesn't even have it unlocked, potentially, depending on how early their culture is. Yeah, it looks like they're just now getting to the government plaza. I would expect to see that government plaza thrown down soon, and possibly an audience chamber. Most players, I think, will be looking to get those government plazas down. It's around turn 26, so we'll see those government plazas coming down and those first governments being picked. Spain off to like just a really fun and powerful start here, settling up on this lake as well. City Patron is actually surprisingly good considering how much land Canada has. I believe City Patron just gives you a 50% production boost, which is just, it's a solid boost. What's Spain's Pantheon? Spain's Pantheon is currently the God of War and Plunder. Now, that has also been changed. The God of War and Plunder gives you +1 great person points from encampments, harbours, and commercial hub districts. So, definitely looking like Spain is going to be the player looking to snatch up all the great admirals this game from the other team, or even just block pick them. We've got initiation rights on Aztec, which I believe gives you faith. Initiation rights. It gives you faith when you produce a military unit, and you get 2 free warriors. Very, very good. Oh shit button if you're in an early war, or you're forced into an early war, or if you want to go your neighbor. England playing a very, very defensive game, getting up that government plaza as we would expect them to. 2 seconds. I'm going to turn on the light. It's dark in here. All right, baby. Let's have a look. How do you block great people? You can block great people by passing on the last great person of an era, forcing your enemy to take it, or you can just take them using faith purchasing, earning way more than your opponents can. There's lots of different ways to block great people. Lots of different strategies. Potential kill on Valletta here. 2 galleys can kill a city-state, and Valletta is wide open. This gives England a really, really strong, settlement area over here. I wonder if they're going to kill Valletta, because Valletta is potentially the kind of civ you do want to kill this game, because they can allow you to purchase city center buildings, and their team is not going very heavy on the faith. Japan is the only person with a religion right now, and he's only making 12 faith per turn, and Team 2 just has not gone for faith at all. So we might see Valletta get killed here. It's got a little bit of a settler battle, or a scout battle. Here comes the Etamananki for Mapuche. So we're going to see very, very high yields here. There is a Japanese scout sniffing around, trying to see if he can find something. Now, if this Japanese scout finds the Etamananki and manages to stand on it, even just for like 2 or 3 turns, that is a pretty significant tempo loss for the Mapuche player, and also the settler hanging around in the area. So 2 more cities coming out for him. I expect to see a lot of cities this game, a lot of simming, and the players will probably sim up to the point where they meet each other. Are they able to trade cities between team members? No, I believe trading is limited in some capacities. So I just have to answer a question there. We have a settler coming out, all sort of... so this is kind of the era of the government plaza. I expect to see government plazas coming down. I think they can trade luxuries. Are we able to see which governments they all take? I would expect to see... Let's see here. It'd probably be very, very standard stuff. Like, people still haven't actually hit the tier 2 governments yet, right? Everyone is working on political philosophy. Nobody is there yet. Some people are still getting their state workforce going. Like, we won't see their new governments very soon. I mean, I could look at the cards they have plugged in, but it'll just be stuff like settler policy, or, for example, Japan. I can click through and show you, but like the builds aren't going to diverge here very much. Everyone is basically starting out the same, right? There's going to be very, very little build diversity in this first phase of the game. It'll start to diversify as time comes upon us. 2 more settlers coming out now. I wonder if these are going to be sent to the west to try to put a little bit of pressure on Canada. Just get control of this large sea lake here. If London can get good control of this kind of spells a little bit of doom for Canada's peaceful, safe game. Now, Canada is getting out their own settlers to try and maybe get control of things. So we'll see how that pans out for them. You're interested to see who hits a golden age? Every single player in the game is going to hit a golden age. It's pretty rare for a player in 4v4 teamers to miss a golden age, because you get era score from your friends, as far as I remember. Eleanor capturing Valletta would be a good play. Foothold in the other continent, far enough from loyalty pressure. I mean, these players are on the same team. All three of these players are on the same team, which gives them like an economic muscle that they're really, really happy about. So, I mean, like Eleanor killing the city-state just like opens up all this land over here. And, you know, I mean, if you think about the investment, like a galley, it's like 65 production. You build them 100% faster. So you get two of these and you get a settler. Like a settler is quite expensive, relatively speaking, compared to a thing. They're 80 production base, but they go up by 20 every time you build one. So, like galleys provide scouting. It's a ooh, what happened here? No kill? What happened? I guess she just slammed a misclick, miss slam or something. I don't know what happened there. It was shot by the archer. Archers should not do that much damage to galleys. Like, archers don't do. Like, look how little damage this archer does to galleys. Look down here. Like, it's a sliver of its health. So that doesn't make any sense to me. I guess getting shot by two archers does a significant amount. But yeah, I thought it was low health. Ah, fair enough. I didn't see its health. The Japanese scout just poking around looking for value. How does England feel? England... Oh, wow. Yeah, Victoria here going for 3 settlers. A settler from every single city. Has the government plaza up. Does not yet have their government plaza building. Has Magnus up in the capital city. So this might suggest internal trade. Although Magnus generally in this mod is a little bit different. Could be just a chopping base play. It depends on if she went 1 or 2 points on... It depends on if Victoria went 1 or 2 points into Magnus. We could see surplus logistics here. We could see provision. You never know what these players are going to be thinking. We do actually see a Moksha as well. Very culturally assigned governor here. 15% increase in culture in the city and +2 faith for every district, and potentially picking up connoisseur for the extra +1 culture per turn for each citizen in the city. Moksha is now the culture faiths guy, and Pingala is just the science and great person guy. So they have been split in the mod. City-state steal. I would be very surprised if a 10 health scout could steal the city of Valletta, but we do see Valletta being taken by Eleanor on 4 cities now, which is really, really good tempo, really, really good positioning here for them, getting their extra trade routes up. They already have, I think. No, they never got their lighthouse up here. I wonder who they're trading with. It looks like they're from London to Madrid, so they are naval trading here, looking to pick up as much of that gold as possible. And in terms of gold, like, look at Spain, right? 38 gold per turn on turn 31. England, 33 gold per turn on turn 31. These players are chomping out gold. Like, it's insane how much gold they're making. Compare that to Gorgo, who is making actually pretty decent gold, considering I think they are trading from they're trading internally. Where is all your gold coming from? I guess, are these fishing boats really carrying you? Gorgo, where the hell is your gold coming from? I guess you do have a few harbors finished. You have 2 harbors finished. Oh my, where's Gorgo's gold? It's insane. Oh, right, the 3 cocoa tiles. Yep, that would do it. Yep, that makes sense. That's like 9 gold there. Plus another little bit from the crabs. Yeah, no, Spain has a really, really strong gold start, even without traders. Surprised by that. And actually, surprisingly, England's gold is quite powerful as well. Yeah, I kind of agree with that assessment. I do think long-term, England knows that they are dead. Eventually they will die. So I think their goal is to try to sim to the point of no return and be like just incredibly hard to kill. Can Gorgo naval trade with Canada? That depends on the range here. They might not have explored it yet. Let me go ahead and check here. I believe this is in range. I think it's 30 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, this looks like it's very, very, very easily in range. Like, it's all on one screen. Very much so in range. So these 2 players could very easily trade with each other. It looks like Canada settling conservatively up here to the northeast. No barbarians, by the way, in 4v4 multiplayer. Typically, I haven't seen it being used much. England getting up their government plaza, looking to pick up a government. I wonder what sort of technological diversity are we starting to see here. Nothing too strange. Japan going for bronze working. Now, I don't think that's like too unusual. Possibly scouting for iron just to have better tiles. Possibly could be a samurai play. I do believe the samurai is in the culture tree now. Yeah, it's at feudalism. But it does take iron. So could be potentially kind of like doing a little bit of exploratory mining for iron, saying, maybe we'll do a samurai play on England. So that would be something I would maybe consider as a possibility here later on in the game. I don't think Victoria can hold that long. I mean, her stats aren't the worst on the map. Like, I would call her roughly middle of the pack in terms of stats. Like, and there's not that much stats divergence right now, and she's getting horsemen up, potentially looking to pressure these players. Yeah, I don't know. I like, in terms of England's positioning, it's bad, but I don't think it's a crisis yet. Considering there are cities here, and these players are playing greedy, there are cities that she can make plays against. Now, I think the one thing she's going to be missing here are galleys. I also think one thing that's really, really important for England is to get an early rat settler with a horseman, just like running along the bottom of the map to somewhere safe, because you just have to get out. You have to get a rat out. I do agree. England's food is insane for 3 cities. Has the highest food in the game, which I think is giving them a lot of population tempo that you rarely see in a multiplayer game. Is Japan on the Vicky continent or not? Japan is not on the Victoria continent. So we could potentially see some free units here popping out. If I remember correctly, Victoria gets, what is it? Gain the red coat unique unit each time. Free melee unit, trade route capacity. Did they get rid of the capturing a city thing? I don't remember. It's on the redcoats. +5 combat strength when fighting on a continent other than the capital. So we could potentially see a line infantry push from Victoria. The redcoat is +5 combat strength. So that comes around here-ish. Yeah, military science. Military science push from Victoria. Not entirely out of the realm of possibility. But, I mean, that's really late into the game. That's like turn 70, right? That's very, very late. I don't know if she even lives that long. I mean, Aztec is not making plays. I mean, Aztec went for a campus here. Now, is this picking up a discount? I don't think Aztec has actually built any districts. So I'm curious. This Aztec player just seems to be going for cities. It looks like everyone is looking to just play for the late game. Like, to a degree I've never seen. There's the campuses. Now, I don't personally understand the early campus play. Potential Colosseum coming up here too. And he is chopping it with Magnus in the capital. Yeah, it does look like Aztec is just playing SimCity, and it looks like he's playing it with a low gold SimCity because he can rely on his 2 gold players to feed him. So I guess going straight campus, he's going to be the science booster. Aztec player is going to be the science booster. He's going to have the highest science in the game. And as he researches technologies, his teammates are going to be picking up those boosts. So when the Aztec player researches a technology, all of his teammates will get the boost. So theoretically boosting or giving his entire team a 40% discount on every technology in the game if he goes for early campuses. And he'll also be able to contest these great scientists. Now, the current great scientist isn't very good, but it is important to contest great scientists because it does mean that your SimCity is really, really strong. Yeah, interesting to see here. Now, Spain is no longer settling, getting out 1, 2, 3 harbour builds right now, going for a harbour and 2 lighthouses. Also just getting, this is a good rule of thumb that I follow in my games, is go for a granary on a coastal city. If it has no fresh water, granary can help a bit, get the city to grow, especially if the city has good tiles already to work. Being stuck on 2 pop does not feel good. Yeah, Greece looks like Greece is going to be playing the role of a gold civ here. Because of its positioning with Canada, it's not going to be playing the role of a fast culture civ, which is an interesting style. I haven't seen Greece be played like this. Now, if I had to give it a bit of an assessment here, For the current state of the game, I think in terms of the early land war, I give it to Team 2 here. Kabachok, Trebuchet, all these guys, they have like, they're going to be able to get dominance over England very, very easily and take one of the opponent's players out of the game. However, Canada is a ticking time bomb over here. He is completely free sim. Nobody can threaten him. He's way too far away from England for England to do anything about them. He's like perfectly nestled up here with a relatively high quality tundra. Really, really good national wonders. Plenty of national parks over here, by the way. I think we could see a culture victory play from Canada here. If they kill Vicky, they win Diplo. That is true. If they do, I do think that is like the one key here is, can Victoria survive for Team 1's win condition here? It's kind of like on the back of England here to play an absolute blinder of a game and survive for as long as possible. It looks like they're playing relatively conservatively, going for as many cities as possible, going for audience chamber, settling sort of forwardly. Please don't settle on. You can't settle on the floodplain anyway. Yeah, settling relatively conservatively, forwarding Japan right now, trying to solidify the borders and protect themselves from aggression. Although nobody seems to be going for aggression, so I'm not worried about England right now. I'm worried about their science. Their science is dipping, and Aztec could potentially kill them with like at night. You know what I mean? Like eventually, depending on the timing of how like the techs come about. In terms of technology, people are working on ironworking and horseback riding. It looks like these guys are recognizing. What does horseback riding lead to, actually, is my question here. Is it apprenticeships and stirrups? Yeah, it looks like people are looking to maybe pick up apprenticeships soon. That's kind of what I'm thinking about with the horseback riding tech. Yeah, and it looks like that seems to be the meta. Canada going for apprenticeship, one to get the boost on those mines. Surprisingly few builders built by Canada right now, although they are building 2 right now. Has Aztec managed to settle on the second continent yet? No, we probably won't see Aztec do that for a while. Aztec has no plans to go to war early, so I wouldn't expect to see them looking for those continent split secures, considering England can't really contest them on this continent, right? He has all the time in the world to get these bonuses up, and he only needs like one city, like here, to pick up 2 of those amenities. He needs like one city here to pick up another 2. Looks like we had a player drop from the game, which is a bit unfortunate. Mapuche looking pretty nice over here. 1 turn for finishing the Edabananki. Going for a mixture of gold and science here, making good use of that government plaza. It's actually like, these are like perfectly placed cities, honestly. It's in the perfect fidget spinner configuration to make full advantage of the government plaza. Rare to get spawns like this that are actually worth doing. But if you do this and fully surround this, you get like serious value. Rare to get, like, this is an extremely high value government plaza, this game. Really, really, really high value. He's got to be really, really chuffed with himself here to pick that up. Canada will steal all great engineers with Pangala plus Oracle, potentially. But I mean, Oracle is 1 turn from finishing. I want to talk more about Mapuche, actually. Ton of builders coming out from Mapuche here, and we're seeing those Chemamols hit the ground. Look at that, 6 culture on that, 3 culture on this. Man, I guess I can see why they're going for their campus districts, because their culture is taken care of, man. So let's do a final Pantheon check. Lydia reads. Japan actually has a religion. I can't actually click on it yet. Can I do this? I can't actually click on their religion, unfortunately, because of the way the map is working. Here we go. Taoism. Feed the world and lay ministry. So it looks like Japan is definitely going for a cultural direction here. Huh. Now, I was expecting for Eleanor, well, it looks like she is going for theater squared, so I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about this religion. I don't understand this religion. I understand the feed the world. That might signify Japan's looking to settle a little bit more tundra, or just wants really, really strong growth. It looks like Japan is building a little bit of a military, but I think there's a window of opportunity here for like 4 or 5 horses to really like crack this game wide open. I need to go check the CCJ chat here. Hold on. Looks like we're doing a rehost. Yeah, it looks like a rehost is taking place. But, I mean, while that's happening, we could talk a little bit about it. I'll wait until I have the lobby link. But yeah, it looks like we're getting a very, very strong start here from Mapuche. I'm kind of excited to see what comes from it. Is lay ministry different? Because I do not see how it provides culture when Japan has no theater squares. Why not choral music? I think he did it for the faith, and then the potential for the culture later. Okay, let's go ahead, exit the main menu. I'm the last player in the game. My guess would be he wants the faith income so that he can prepare for a samurai rush and maybe use Grandmaster's Chapel to purchase samurai or something. I don't know about that one, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know why these players pick things. I honestly wouldn't have regarded lay ministry as like an incredibly strong thing, but hey. Does the Aztec bonus work with trader resources or from ally city-states? I think you have to have it improved yourself. I actually don't know, though. Esports for Civ 7 will be awesome. The community is ready for it. I think the reality is, any esport that's ever been built ever has to be built ground up by the community. So like if you want to make it happen, then you got to play, you got to watch, you got to support. You know what I mean? If you don't, it won't. That's just how it works. I don't think you can't force it. It's just going to happen naturally. I really enjoy watching the games though. When will Civ 7 ever be made? I honestly, I wouldn't hold my breath until like 2024. Like really, just I wouldn't even begin holding my breath until then. Like 2023 at the earliest, maybe, but like 2024 is, you know, is more like my mark, to be honest with you. Are you solo casting? Unfortunately, yeah, I am solo casting this game. Do Hansa player? Two seconds. I'm ready up. All right, what are we waiting for? Yeah, I think I'm just going to try to cast this one on my own. Any successful esporters, yeah. I feel like if you can theoretically make an esport, like make a game to be an esport, but the reality is you might not succeed. It's much better to just make a really, really good game. And if an esport appears, like if people have competitive interest, then you support it. You listen to those players. And Firaxis has listened to the players of the game significantly for certain features and certain changes for the multiplayer. I like when Potato was casting a game yesterday. I fell asleep after 5 minutes of a soothing voice. Thanks. There's an esport for farming simulator. Exactly. I think what's really important here is that anything can really be a sport. Like Civ 6 is already an esport. It's just like a small one, right? It's kind of like, I don't know, badminton or something. Like, I mean, I guess badminton's at the Olympics, so it's probably not a good one. But like, I don't know, like competitive frisbee or something. It's not a huge sport, but there are people in the scene, the people who play it, people who enjoy it, people who love it. All that sort of jazz. Idea regarding overall game. Hey, you take that back. Reroll. Sorry, force of habit. Would you mind checking which dedications they've chosen? Sure thing. I can take a look over the dedications. Looks like we have Pen, Brush, and Voice from the Aztec player, which is a little bit surprising considering how few districts they have built. I guess they just really value that culture and gold right now. We've also got Monumentality for Japan. That's not a surprise considering how much faith they went for early game. They've got 3 holy sites up and now going for their harbors. I believe also they're making, looks like about 38 faith per turn, which is pretty respectable for this. Maybe purchasing a bunch of builders. I don't see a Liang though, which is kind of surprising. I feel like if you're going to go Monumentality and you're not buying settlers, you should at least put 1 point in Liang. No, that feels like natural to me. I guess not. That makes your builder purchases way more efficient. I guess you could theoretically go for Moksha and just go for feudalism. It also seems equally as valuable. For Eleanor, I expect to see a lot of Pen, Brush, and Voice. Eleanor has Pen, Brush, and Voice, plus 2 culture and plus 1 gold for each specialty district. Pretty standard. Good culture, good stuff like that. Canada, also Pen, Brush, and Voice. No monumentality on Canada. In fact, no faith gain, no holy sites at all, really, for Canada, which is surprising considering you went for Oracle. Is he just doing that for the really good theatre square? Could be just for a good theatre square. An interesting play from Canada. We have Greece going for Pen, Brush, and Voice as well, plus 2 culture and plus 1 gold for each specialty district, which also kind of makes sense for their game plan. Pen, Brush, and Voice for Lautaro as well, although he is building quite a few districts. And then another Pen, Brush, and Voice for the Victoria player, who also has quite a few districts. So nothing out of the ordinary here. Basically, everybody on the Pen, Brush, and Voice dedication, with the exception of Japan, who went Monumentality here. Is there a way to check the list of mods they're using? Yeah, you could just come in here. Better balanced game, better balanced start, better spectator mod, and then multiplayer helper are the 4 mods that are being used here. Can you show us the Etamananki? I guess, is it finished? I'm waiting for it to finish. That's what we're waiting on. We're just waiting for players to finish their turns because we're doing a relobby and we've reloaded back into the game. Canada doesn't need faith for tourism national park victory. Yes, I understand that. But they're going for, Oracle and stuff like that. So I was thinking Oracle lets you faith purchase people, so maybe a little bit of faith purchasing would be good. Maybe he's going for the Oracle just for the great person generation. The Oracle is a dual purpose wonder. It does give you just a ton of great people points and allows you to buy them for cheaper, so So only 1 player on a team has to win, correct. If you're in a 4-man game and one of the people on your team gets a science victory, your entire team wins. That's how it works. Potato, would you like to play in a pro multiplayer game, Civ 6? I think I would, but I'd rather play in like a newbie, like just a chill lobby, so I could learn the multiplayer meta and practice some builds, rather than go straight up against sweatlords who've played like thousands of hours of multiplayer. I've only played like a few dozen hours of multiplayer, so I probably would get absolutely crap stomped. Japan is building up warriors. Let's have a look here. We are seeing warrior pre-builds here. So Japan, theoretically, looking for a feudalism timing here. They do have military tradition, which is kind of in that direction. Although it's not straight to feudalism, which doesn't make sense to me. Maybe they're looking for that flanking support bonuses. Great general points or something. I'm not sure what Japan's play is here. But it does seem like they're getting their iron online, which suggests samurai. A samurai push from Japan here, I think, is a very, very likely thing. Yeah, so if I was England, that would be my main fear. Ooh, this is a scary city, especially on a sea with Spain, who does have a galley over here. Just a couple hits on the city could make or break this positioning for England. I do like England's position in terms of like making the best of a bad situation. I think they've done a tremendous job, like just surviving and thriving in chaos. But it is really just I think it's gonna fall down to how much can England crab bucket the players around them. Looks like a Spanish archer questing towards England's territory here. Victoria looking like she wants to get control of this lake. It's telling that the players have avoided... Oh, actually, we've got Seville on this lake as well. Interesting choices. He switched to warrior from spearman in Takamatsu for a second. Is now building warriors in Kyoto. Yeah. I think he's worried about these horsemen. I think that's what's happening here, because these horsemen will actually break these cities real fast. There's 3 horsemen here, and if he does not prepare for this, he's going to be in a world of hurt. Like, I mean, these horsemen, 2 to 3 shot these warriors unfortified on defensive terrain. So I'm expecting to see, you know, archer horseman pressure here on Japan. Potentially swordsman purchasing to try to buy a little bit of time. I would expect the settler to step another tile and settle there for safety. I don't think you step another. I don't think you go further. Here's like really, really safe, or here's really, really safe. But I don't think you go here. This is way too exposed. 3 tiles exposed to the ocean. You want to go here or here, in my opinion. Can Japanese buy a horse? And this horse is way too exposed. If he improved it, would get pillaged. He doesn't have any back horses. I think he has to rely on this iron here. I think he has to rely on swordsman. How is his resources here? He's on 21 iron, so he could theoretically get the iron working, go for swordsman. And it looks like that's what he's getting ready to do. It looks like he has a little bit of gold banked, and his team has gold banked. They could send it to them. I would be very, very surprised if they weren't literally pumping all of their gold into England right now. I think that, in my opinion, that's what they should do. Now, maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like you should pump all of your gold into England to try to make this English player just like so overwhelmingly powerful that maybe they kill one of the other players. Because if that happens, now it's a 4v3 and it's like real scary. What's Spain and England's gold production right now? Spain's up to 86, England's up to 73. That's kind of scary for this player. This guy's going to be able to absolutely crank swordsman. I don't think any horseman pressure here is going to make a difference. Honestly, if he upgrades like 5, 6, maybe 7 swordsmen, and he has 3 plus another 3 ready to pop in some of these cities, he could honestly just not necessarily roll over England, but force them into irrelevancy. That would be my analysis of the game. Walls in Tokyo as exposed. Oh, some first moving here. Looking to get a kill on that warrior. Rolling low on the damage. Upgrading into a swordsman. Looking for a promotion next turn. Potentially stepping back. Yeah, England here playing incredibly aggressively. Looking for an easy kill. But that swordsman upgrade here might be the difference between this city getting raised and it surviving. A roll of the dice has just taken place and it rolled in Japan's favor. Now, I wonder if he's going to look for pillages on these iron mines. I think at the very least, you force your opponents to do something by making this play, which is totally reasonable. This warrior is a little bit exposed against this Aztec Eagle warrior. The swordsman's going to get first move next turn. It really depends on if he has the move queued up and maybe he can shift enter it or something. I don't know if that swordsman can escape. Even if it doesn't escape, it doesn't matter. It did its job. It like tanked a bunch of damage. Swordsman chop here in Takamatsu. Ooh, adding... Wait. Oh, he chopped it out so it could move, so it attacked that horse. Ah, scary position here for England. Maybe overplaying their cards a little bit. And while this is happening, everyone else is just chilling. Just chilling, relaxing, maxing all cool. Getting settlers, getting infrastructure, not doing anything weird. England just simming away. Lots of theater squares coming up. I do want to keep an eye on this war, though. Ooh, another swordsman purchase. It looks like these players are waiting until the very last second. An encampment being slammed down as well to protect Sendai. And it's going to be chopped out as far as I can tell. I'd expect this swordsman to swap in the city, potentially. Or step back, yeah. It's one of those two. Fortifying his units to wait and see what his opponent does, stepping up for the support combat bonuses. This horseman, he's probably waiting for this horseman to get attacked so he can promote it. Swordsman. Ooh. Shot on the swordsman. Setting up for a potential kill here. A kill is possible next turn, though he doesn't want to give any levels away. This horseman could die, but well, I don't think this horseman can die, actually. Not without this archer shot. So if he attacks here into this horseman, which I'm not sure he can even do, I think this horseman promotes and then it's safe. But I don't think this does any significant damage to Japan. I think this is mostly for positioning, getting a free swordsman kill. That's actually huge. Killing a swordsman. Taking out some of the eco here. If he can get this horseman away with a move and a heal, I think that puts this war in favor of England, at least in terms of value extracted, right? He's getting easy kills. Just really, really efficient plays here from Sprig. Sprig has really, really impressed me with this game. Spain unit in Greek land. Yeah, I'd expect to see like a scout. Probably looking for a pillage maybe. Yeah. A little bit unfortunate on that one. That scout made its way over there. Manchester. Looking okay. Hey, do you want a treat? A nib? Would you like a nibble? Are you feeling okay? Hey. Do a spin. 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 Good girl. Sorry, my bunny looks dead, so I had to like rustle the treat bag to see if she was dead. You know, it's like you see your cat lying down and you're like, Jesus, Timmy, you gotta like wake him up. A Canadian scout is holding the warrior from aggression while that war is happening. Canadian scout, yeah, here. This is just a scout off. Like both of these players just don't want to like move. They just want to like they want to see what the other does. It looks like he did get that horseman away without getting it killed. Did not get a second kill, which is, you know, fair enough. Oh, this swordsman with 2 movement could potentially slam the archer here. Now, it would be a costly slam because he would be on low defensive terrain with 2 horsemen able to slam. But with an archer follow-up as well coming next turn, a little bit of aggression here might not be out of the cards. I'm curious to see how Aztec plays this, going for the Colosseum, teching up. Looks like Aztec is hard teching. So like as I predicted, the Aztec is going to be the tech player here. It's going to be providing all of those tech boosts, looking for as much signs as possible. Turn rollover coming. In terms of great people, we don't see a great person coming for England here. And that might be the straw that breaks the English back here. He does have like an encampment place, but he's not going for encampments, which is honestly like a little bit scary. All 4, by the way, of Team 1 here, going for feudalism, favoring those extra builders incredibly highly, whereas Team 2 is going for civil service. They want those alliances first. Interesting play. It looks like with a great general and a military alliance, I think we could potentially see a dead England, or at least a significantly shaved back England in the next 20 turns. Now I'm curious, where did the rat settler go? There was a settler. Did it die to a volcano? 1, 2, 3. Where's your rat set? You had another settler. Did this settler actually die to a volcano? You don't think horsemen have zone of control? I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if horsemen have zone of control. If he steps here, he can attack a unit adjacent to it. Zone of control doesn't mean, it just means if you move into zone of control, you can't move. You can't move out of it. You can still attack if you have the movement for it. Civilians can't die in a disaster in BBG. Interesting. I'm curious to see where that settler went. Maybe it was deleted. I swear there was another one. Or was it Sunderland? I don't know. Who knows? Spain looking fairly standard here. From what I would expect from, like, just, you know, simming nicely, getting more settlers, getting more builders, getting their districts up, getting their trade up. I mean, their gold is looking incredible. That's 142 gold from Spain right now. That is a solid gold income. Really, really strong culture too. Spain and Aztec sim here looking really, really nice. And I'm actually quite surprised by the English sim, despite the fact that they've gone for horsemen and have, you know, done a little bit of damage here in terms of military. Their sim is also respectable. It could be Sunderland. Oh, looking maybe to get a hill on these horsemen. 21 seconds left on the turn, so probably about the time that we start looking to see any last moves. CJJC. I actually don't know what the acronym stands for. I'll be straight up with you. Any last moves? No last moves here. Oh, a few last moves right as the turn rolls over. Builders built. Soldiers moved into position. Potential kill on the horsemen here. Galleys coming out. Looks like they're looking to pressure Bristol with galleys. You're going to need to chop out of walls in there, I feel. Ooh, we did not see a horseman loss. Seeing good value. It looks like he's acting early. Interesting. What is the last move? When the turn is just about to end, you imagine like a timeline, right? When the turn is about to end, I wait and I move my unit, and then when the turn starts, I move it again. So it's almost like you got two moves. A last move, first move. So you wait until the very last second of the turn to move your unit, and at the very start of the next turn, you move it again. It's kind of a way to take your opponent by surprise. Is this the same mod setup as the last 4v4? Yeah. Bristol might die. I do see. Now, there is a galley in Bristol and another galley over here, and potentially more, there is potentially enough gold here coming into England for them to buy a ton of units. I mean, both teams have to be pumping gold into their respective war players. Is that a visual bug or is he out of iron? I can check for you. Japan has iron. Here. There it is. Yeah, Japan galleys, they are much stronger than you would expect, but it's still, even two galleys slamming here. Ooh. Oligarchy. Wait, what is England's government? Oligarchy as well. Yeah, it looks like they just switched to try to lower that. Could be wrong, though. How far from samurai? Japan is quite close to samurai last time I checked. Oh my god, stop. Yeah, it looks like 9 turns from feudalism. So we could see a turnaround on the samurai. Interesting galley placement, potentially just for city combat strength to prevent any stepping into the water. Not sure about this galley. I guess that was the Navy dockyard being built. Probably just want to delete this so it doesn't take up gold. Or you could garrison it, I guess. That seems reasonable. Plus 1 amenity later on. I don't know if naval units count for that. You're paying 1 gold per turn for an amenity later on down the line. Anyone doing anything interesting? Any weirdness coming up here? No, just a ton of builders. A lot of SimCity. I would have expected... yeah, okay, here it is. I would have expected like another settler from Canada here, and there it is. So I would expect them to go to 6 cities and then potentially to 9 to 12 cities later on in the game. But Canada Sim, like, if we take a look at Canada Sim, it's honestly the weakest in the game right now, which is not what I was expecting from a Canada player. They are getting a ton of builders, and it's timed perfectly with feudalism. I believe Canada does actually have feudalism now. Yep, serfdom, there it is. These are going to be max charge builders, so I do expect to see Canada Sim jump here. But I was expecting Canada Sim to be much stronger. Going for a very timing-based sim here. Now, it will jump because he's going to be improving a ton of tiles soon. Did Aztec a Colosseum? Of course, no one was contesting it. It was an uncontested Colosseum. That's why Aztec culture is relatively high now with that advancement. Top 3 domination leaders. In terms of domination, oh, you mean like in game? I don't know, like Shaka, Alexander, and Mongolia. What are the religions? There's only one religion in the game right now, and it's Taoism, giving feed the world and lay ministry with River Goddess Pantheon. Whoa, actually really highly favoring that growth. I swear to God, you could tell me that this was, who is it, Kabachok playing it? I swear this is like Kabachok's signature. Ooh, City of Bristol taking hits here. The Yogscast are in danger, boys. Bristol is falling. I don't even know how you defend this. I'll be straight up with you. I feel like you have to get control of this tile or this tile with a boat. If you have control of this tile, there's no aggression until after galleys, because you could. Yeah, this feels ooh, and more. Oh, and a galley fleet coming. That's a little scary. Although there is a horseman in the city, I feel like he needs to get a horseman into the city. Ooh, horseman falling as well. Is this the beginning of England's crumbling? Is the crumbling beginning? Never mind the rumbling from Attack on Titan. I think this is the crumbling. That's right. If you make a joke, say it 3 times and then like reinforce it. That's how you know you're funny. Lots of builders coming out here for Sparta, but I'm curious. Is this actually the end of the English? I feel like he needs walls and catapults, but there's no chops in this city, and there's swordsmen bearing down with galleys coming from both directions. And like an Aztec swordsman, I honestly, at this point, if I'm England, I'm like, okay, where's my rat city going? I got to be ready to rat it out, and I think it would be sent over to Mapuche over here. By the way, the Mapuche is simming up a storm, currently on 94 production. Total population of 30, slightly below Victoria's actually, surprisingly. But 94 production, that is a really, really solid sim. A beautiful Edamananke. Like, look at this river goddess Edamananke. That's actually disgusting. I actually don't think I can show this to people who are under the age of 18 because this is like incredible. Stonehenge coming up in Madrid now, which is going to be this team's second religion, which is a little bit weird. Horses getting online. Finally, Japan might be able to get a horse or two in this race. Like, they have a horse in the race in the terms of these galleys attacking. These galleys are going to promote. The city's getting dangerously low. I think it's dead. I don't know what you do. He's going to first move it, possibly. Oh, he didn't get the kill. He needed that kill. He rolled low. That's heartbreaking. Now, the one thing he can do is if he has his units positioned and he does it quickly, if Japan takes the city, he might be able to counterattack and yoink it. 2 health on the city. It all depends on who clicks, I feel like. There it is. Raise or keep? Oh, he doesn't have enough damage to counterattack, actually. Oh, never mind. I'm a dumbass. I forgot the cities get half their health back. Unstack galley. There's a thing where if you have units on top of each other, it messes with the units trying to attack into the city tile, I believe. You can't have units stacked on top of each other, basically. Bristol, no production. That is true. But he did get a builder out of the city first. And he's not dead yet. He's chopping out galleys, so he has potential to fight the Congo here. Or, sorry, Spanish here. Now, that Spanish ship is kind of spooky. It's very, very spooky. They also have the military alliance. This is what I was talking about. If you go civil service first, it gives you such a strong timing window. Look, England's not going to have civil service for another turn. Gorgo's not going to have it for another 3. Now, that depends on if it's been boosted by either player yet. If it's a case where Gorgo just doesn't have the boost, then England will give it to Gorgo, so they'll finish it on roughly the same turn. But oof, man. Oof. That couple of turns of military alliance made the difference here. Sure enough, this team is slightly behind in their sim because they got feudalism later. But that doesn't seem to matter. Like, I mean, the sim over here will be really, really strong, but it's going to be a 4v3. It all depends on how long can this England player survive, and can they get a rat city out? Those are like the 2 questions in my mind. How much can they force their enemies to invest into? Oh my god, that galley instantly dying. Jesus. The city of Bristol. He might be looking for a recapture here. 2 horseman slams might do it, but there's so many galleys. It's honestly terrifying. This galley, I don't think this galley can kill the city, but he can get 2 pillages off, and that's a ton of gold. I don't see any more galleys coming from here. Man, they must have pumped so much gold into Japan to get him galleys. Man, this might be like a little bit of a nuclear take in the Civ 6 multiplayer scene. I think trading gold to your allies is actually too powerful. You should be forced to do like GPT or something. Like just being able to move gold and like build this many galleys here. Like it's strategically interesting, but I think it's too powerful. I think you should have to give GPT. All that gold England had, do you understand how they messed up? Or attacks and gold transfers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you should be able to just like it just feels too powerful. It's kind of like slinging in Age of Empires 2. You know, if you just all send food to one guy and he boosts to Imperial and like goes bombard hand cannon while everyone else is in castle, I mean, he's hard to stop, right? Why was England so aggro with 3 enemies near his border? England had to be aggro. England knew that there was a timing window in which they were strong enough to do free damage to their neighbour at relatively low investment cost, and so that's what they did. They got free damage in. England's, you have to understand, you're thinking at this from the mentality of like, I'm a singular player. You have to be looking at this from, I'm a member of a 4-man team. England is part of a 4-man team. So England knows that they're probably not going to survive this entire game. So they're looking for low investment value. They're looking for low investment kills on enemy units. They're looking for low investment kills, forcing, like, Japan is kind of irrelevant now. He's on 28 science and 26 culture compared to England's 3650. And he's working full projects, right? He's making samurai. Sure enough, he has a huge army. But England has forced Japan to be irrelevant before England was. And now England will become irrelevant and Japan will eventually kill him, it seems. But he has played his role. He has done his job. His job is to try and make Japan irrel. And I feel like he's kind of achieved that. He's forced, he poked the bear, the Japanese responded, and I feel like even if Japan captures all this territory, his tempo is just like neutered. He's going to be, it's going to be a long time before Japan's relevant in this game again. And if, depending on how long England can hold and how heroically they hold, you know, you might see different things. Yeah, exactly. By attacking Japan early, you force Japan to fight early, which means he's attacking you with swordsmen and not samurai. So that's a good point too. So now because your job as a player sometimes in the game is to try to trade out with another player so that it goes from being a 4v4 to being a 3v3. And that's oftentimes what players will look to do. If they're not in the greatest position, they will look to sacrifice themselves to allow whoever their pocket player is, right? Because if you look at this from England's perspective, they've got this Canada player over here. This person is free sim. His production isn't amazing, but also Mapuche is free sim. Both of these players are like super competitive on score. Like, look at these stats, right? 50, 65, 40, 77. Both of these players are like in relatively competitive positions in terms of simming. Now, the unfortunate thing is that one of their strongest simming players here, England, is actually the one who could potentially be dying here. But I don't think England is dead yet. Like, England's still alive. Now, for how long? That's an open question. But like, they're getting a lot of archers. 2 turns until machinery. I mean, if England has enough gold stored up, and if they have mercenaries, which I think they just got, we could see 1, maybe 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 crossbowmen here, which makes this swordsman push like just so much more difficult. So England is playing really, really well here, in my opinion. Like, they're playing their role in the game correctly, as far as I'm concerned. I wonder, did any other city-states get killed? No, look at this. Look at this sim. It looks like the new era is coming up 7 turns because they're picking up the hoplite on Greece here, probably looking for that era score, trying to avoid a dark age, wanting that golden age, it seems. Now, I wonder if they'll be able to get it. Looks like we do have golden ages on Aztec, Japan, and Spain coming up. I would expect them to get that. Probably not Eleanor. Golden age on Canada, and missing 3 so far. So, players are going to start looking for those golden ages now, and I wonder if they're going to be able to hit them. England also settled 2 of 3 coastals on 1 tile sea access, so they can't get hit by multiple boats. That is true. It's kind of, honestly, there could be an argument for moving the city 1 tile to the right to lower the amount of sea access, but he was expecting a land war. Oh yeah, here they come. Here comes the samurai. There's 2 samurai on the way. Now these samurai units are busted with all these stacking bonuses. We've got a great general. England has no great general. They do have encampments out, and they are looking to farm one. But it feels... Ooh, yeah, it feels tough for them to get out that great general. I mean, maybe they can pull it off. We'll see. England's in a tough spot. The tempo is definitely in Japan team's favor. So I actually really like that England decided to attack before the tempo was out of their favor. England has a general. Oh, they do. Oh my god, I'm actually blown away. I thought England didn't even have encampments. Where do these encampments come from? I'm blown away by that. England denied a general. Well done. Getting a general here is huge for defending against these samurai. Because these samurai, like, look at this obliteration, dude. 57 combat strength, like, ooh. Yeah, it's spooky stuff to be going up against samurai. Although we will see crossbowmen. Now, samurai are pretty tanky against crossbowmen, but I think crossbowmen is their best defense here. So we'll see how much gold do they stack up. No, this is a 7 seas map. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like there's 7-ish seas, but a couple of them are connected. Like this one should be a sea. This is a sea. You know, 7 seas. Not always exactly 7 seas, but you know, it's a 7 seas map for sure. Swordsman from England. Yeah, I don't think swordsmen can fight samurai. I guess maybe like fortified on a hill over a river, they will take a hit. But these samurai will obliterate the... Actually, you know what? Fortified swordmen can take a couple of hits from samurai, so maybe not the worst thing ever. The real worry here is this galley fleet obliterating this infrastructure and then tapping the city away with no walls. Let's have a look around here. All right, library coming up. Aztec Sim looking pretty good. It's about turn 50. I was going to say it's probably about time we're going to start seeing World Congress. It's probably about time we're going to see government plazas being built, or diplomatic quarters being built, and that is exactly what we see. The meta is fairly predictable for certain beats and tones for the game. You're going to see government plazas after 3 cities. You're going to see diplomatic quarters after 5 to 6 cities. These things are fairly predictable. Looks like Yerevan has been killed by the Aztecs, and they did pick up 2 extra luxury resources out of that. So their combat strength bonus is relatively high now, sitting at a plus 7 on the Aztec right now. Plus 7, picking up those coastal luxuries most likely to get a couple of extra points. So I'm impressed by the Aztec Sim and also the Aztec war bonuses. I'm curious to see what will happen in this war. I do want to check the other players, but I also want to keep my eye on the action here, because this game right now revolves around this war. England's Sim is slightly better than Japan's, but the problem is second. Sorry, I have to answer the phone there. They seem to be denying Canada fairly well. They seem to be denying Canada. I mean, Canada is free sim. I don't know what you mean by denying them. Like, he's getting another 2 settler. He's getting Great Bath. His sim is looking really, really solid. The river defense is massive. I agree here. It's making it so that even horsemen are trading effective against samurai, okay? Samurai being a 48 combat strength base unit, right? Horseman 36. This river, ooh, that river is helping. Although it does look like their military alliance dropped on these guys. And it also looks like we still have oligarchy. So we'll see how that shakes out. Yeah, Mapuche has so much room. Look at this. Another settler coming out. Looks like another settler being built. God, this sim from Mapuche is just feeling really, really good. And I'm expecting to see him to continue to snowball and just run away with the game and become a really, really big late game contender. Because, I mean, honestly, at some point, if he pushes with a unique unit and just kind of like dumps them into the water, I don't know what Japan can do. Although it is very cliff heavy over here, so you might not see much. I'm curious to see what will happen here. Samurai moving into position at the last second. Looks like a river breach has occurred. He needs to get this tile back. This river defense is so huge. The fact that this samurai is across the river now Ooh, okay, swordsman swap. That's good. Ooh, he's a well, I guess this is floodplain. Ah, man, it's hard to know if that's the right move to abandon the floodplain, but it looks like he's pulling back. This river, this little dip in the river, causing huge problems here for the English player. Walls are coming up. He will have access to city shots. And the players can see that these walls are coming up. A little bit of pressure coming from the left side, just an archer and a horseman. It's all about this samurai push. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 samurais with no more in the bank. 9 samurais bearing it down upon England. That's got to be a dangerous position to be in. And a battering ram coming out to be able to bear down on these ancient walls. I don't even know if England has medieval walls. I don't even know if they're going to be able to build them. But these ancient walls are going to be absolutely no barrier to these samurai. Ooh, there's the crossbowmen. The only advantage that these ancient walls will have now is they will hit like crossbowmen. They're going to hit hard and they're going to hit fast. There's the crossbowman purchase. Looks like the gold was transferred to England. Let's take a few seconds here to look around the map and see what people are doing. Spain, simming away happily, getting the pyramids. Extra builder charges, extremely powerful. Diplomatic quarter coming up. We've got a new era popping off in a few seconds. Eleanor going for the great works here. Trying to secure those great works. I wonder how competitive are the great riders right now. Looking like England is working on it. I don't think any great riders have gone. 2 have actually gone. 3 have gone to Eleanor and 2 to the other team. Actually, whoa. Actually, the great riders have been fairly competitive here as far as I can tell. Yeah, fairly split between the teams. It looks like Eleanor really wants to get control of those because that gives her a ton of extra stats. Hanging Gardens coming up as well. Really, really nice play here. I like this harbour into Theatre Square play. What else have we got going on? You're fine. You're making tons of simming. Look like you're getting Aqueduct for a boost or even just maybe an industrial zone right there. That would, yeah, that's an industrial zone right there. Going to be hitting a ton of cities, a ton of efficient production. Let's check on the war. Encampment has been blown out. Looks like he is predicting the walls to come up next turn. He doesn't want to take 2 extra shots from those things. And honestly, if that encampment had... if that encampment's walls had gone up, it would have been a much more annoying encampment to deal with. Now, the damage from these crossbowmen is high, and if he attacks fast enough, he will be able to kill a samurai every turn. But that doesn't take away the threat of the samurai. There is more samurai coming out. A 1-turn samurai over here, potentially being chopped out. And, like, builders. I mean, this monumentality golden age here coming from Japan. Look at all these builders that are coming out. It's just an insane. He's on 53 faith per turn, and he has 1 million builders ready to chop away and just shove his huge samurai swarm into England's territory. What type of age is Victoria in? I believe she's in a pen, brush and voice age. Now that age might change soon. We are 3 turns from the next era. And there's a few people who haven't quite hit golden ages. We're looking at Eleanor potentially missing a golden age here. As far as I can tell, she's the only one who might miss it. I mean, you got to find 1 point, Latara. You got to do it. Yeah, this samurai push is genuinely a little bit scary here, but I think England is actually, because of the team support with the gold and the crossbow timing and the early, I actually think the key thing here that saved England was going on the aggression first, because she could fight all the way back to this city of Bristol before having to be in trouble. So I think that was actually huge for her. I think that was massive. Now, I'm curious to see what kind of government does England have right now. Looks like we've got feudal contract, limes, urban planning, professional army, and oligarchical legacy. All things that I would expect. We've also got monarchy running, influence points for city-states coming in handy here. I wonder, does Victoria... Victoria is Sprig. Do they have any important suzerainties here? Suzerain of the Vatican, not so important. Maybe just for vision or just general control, denying Japan maybe. Mercantilism still gives Spain fleets? I'm not sure, actually. I'm not fully up on all the changes here. Ooh, that's spooky. It looks like he's setting up for a last move, first move. He has to get the swap off here. He has to swap this unit out. Will it happen? It happens. He gets it out. He actually runs it out all the way here with the Great General, moving it 2 tiles and then getting the counterattack on the Samurai. Samurai going down. And this attack from Japan has, as far as I'm concerned, has petered out. It has puttered to a stop. And I'm going to be honest with you, I would rather be in England's position here. England is the tempo setter. Look at this science. Look at this culture. Look at Japan's science. Look at Japan's culture. Japan has chopped everything. He has nothing left in terms of chops. He's all in. And England is holding. England is building infrastructure. There's campuses coming up. Aztec, couple of knights coming out. I feel like, ooh, this has got to be the most efficient, irrelevant war I've ever seen. Because England has managed to near irrelevance Japan while still maintaining their own sim position. Like, look at this. He's at 100 production still. Japan is pretty comparable. I gotta say, well, I may be talking a little bit out of turn, but I do like England's position here. I do think, though, that Spain or Aztec will clean this up eventually. Aztec forward settling from the other side, yeah. England will be gobbled up, but I mean, this is a heroic defense. Second great general down here. Yeah, we've got one great general here, one great general here. We've got Sun Tzu as well as Hannibal Barca providing that extra combat strength and bonus movement to all of these units, allowing things to move around. And here's the thing. These range units are going to start accumulating promotions. And once they start accumulating promotions, they get a lot scarier. Like, look at this damage that they do to these samurai. You know, you're talking like 20%, 25% of health when they get hit. Quite dangerous. Industrial zone's starting to come up. Thing is, they lost their Canada win condition. They lost their Canada win condition. Did they really? Is Canada going for a Diplo? Surely England, with the help of Mapuche, can get a rat out here. I mean, Mapuche is settling like crazy. Hold on. I want to keep an eye on any last moves here. Ooh, this positioning from these samurai now actually pressuring the city. The battering ram has not been moved up yet. But this defensive line, ooh, there it is. He's looking for that last move, first move. That's where you attack at the end of the turn and then attack at the start of the turn. Will England slip? Are his fingers ready? Is he ready to swap the crossbowman? How fast can he click? Who has the advantage? There's the swap. Perfect. Okay. He now has pole position. He gets to counterattack. City shooting, everything attacking. And the swordsman reclaiming the district tile, and the whole line shifts down to keep holding the river. Now, he does lose fortification here, so this is a good time for Japan to do a counterattack. But he has retaken the encampment tile, which seriously sets back Japan's attack. Very, very good. Japan's so slow. You have to remember that we're getting this sent over a network, and that's pretty far, and it's a distributed network. So it looks like Japan is being slow, but he's probably like, as the turn is ending, both players are like clicking like mad, and it's just a matter of like, can you click fast enough? Cahokia amounts coming out for Aztec here, actually coming in pretty handy, giving him a ton of gold, a ton of amenities. Looks like commercial hubs are coming up. Looks like he's going for gold and science and relying on culture from the Colosseum mostly to carry him through. Colosseum and monuments actually giving him a ton of culture alongside inspirations. I'm curious to see, we're one turn from the next era, who is hitting it and who is missing it. Why would you do that? Why would you spill water on yourself, you silly rabbit? 62 here for Aztec. What? Do you want water? I hate you. Hang on. What a dumb animal. Alright, I'm back. The rabbit like tipped her bowl out, and then she wanted me to put it on the floor so she could tip the water onto the bottom of the bowl and then lick the water off the bowl. That is what she is currently doing because she's a weirdo. Potentially knights here? Or are we even at cuirassier tech? Military tactics. What is this? Military? Oh, that's pikeman tech. Interesting. In terms of Greece, any last move, first moves, shenanigans going on? Oh, battering ram moved up into position. Could be looking to start pressuring the city. What's the gold situation to Hansa? Yeah, I mean, the gold situation is Just incredible here. 179, 181. Oh, and... Ooh. Dead Samurai. Has movement. Could promote. No Dead Samurai. The gold situation is incredibly in Spain's favor. Team 2 nailing about 180 gold per turn on 2 of their players. Now, Team 1 is not too bad. Like, they have a, roughly the same economy, but it's nowhere near the same scale. Like, I would say that they're competitive, but they're behind. In terms of empires, Aztec actually pulling ahead as the sim master. I feel like the picking up the city of Yerevan really helped out here. All those extra amenities just playing straight into the Aztecs' hands. 2 seconds. Oh, I need to take like an antihistamine. My nose is just like beginning to close. Yeah, it looks like God, I forgot what I was saying. Barking Gang lose only Goldmaker. Unlucky. I mean, only Goldmaker? I mean, anyone can make gold. Just England is good at it. That's the only difference. I mean, Japan and Greece have both played Goldmaker games right now. Greece going for that culture. Spain should slam with boat. No. That's insanity. If you think Spain should slam with boat here, as far as I'm concerned, you're insane. It does nothing. Spain should slam with boat after the walls come down next turn. Then Spain should slam with the boat. Actually, I think if the walls come down in the city, I may actually flip-flop back over to Japan. Oh, a glorious flood coming through, wrecking a bunch of units here. All right, let's see. Last moves. Ooh. Any positioning changes? Nothing changes. I think the attack on the city is just the thing here. World Congress. I need to go talk to Lej. Bonjour. You A, me B. I vote A, me. Me B. You. Messi. I voted A? No, I didn't. You're trolling me. I did? There's no way. I can't believe it. I don't believe it if I did. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Everyone voted A. It's fine. It's totally fine. It changed nothing. We're fine. It changed nothing. Everyone voted A. It changed nothing. I'm so glad. Oh, God. Whew. Okay, we're fine. Oh my God, the panic. I need to be way more careful. Jesus. I did it too quickly. God, I need to be way more careful with that. So we've got man-at-arms coming out here for England, and the city's walls still stand. He could take the walls here almost entirely, but it would give up this samurai. heart attack simulator. Dude, I almost bricked the bed. Let's actually take a look at what the consequences of this are. Looks like migration treaty passing against Eleanor, technically, +5 loyalty per turn. Ooh. That is painful. 20% growth penalty when they were trying to boost Montezuma here. Getting predicted out. Border control treaty. This player's... Ooh, Eleanor has been targeted here. Assassination against Eleanor. Her growth and borders have been hampered significantly. This is going to slow this player down, and their sim is pretty solid. At 144 culture, 73 science here, they're going to need to start using gold to expand their borders. Their cities are not going to grow as fast as they should, and they're still getting settlers out, and this is going to hamper the development of these cities. Yeah, unfortunately, the spectator mod... I'm so glad that that had no impact on the outcome, because I feel so bad. Thankfully, I managed to avoid it. A Greek player simming like mad. That is true. The Greek player is simming like mad. Up to 137 production here. And, oh, Colossus coming out. Extra trade routes, settlers. Look at these settlers, dude. Look at these open lands, open ranges. I would not be surprised if in the next 50 turns, or sorry, 50 turns, like 15 turns, we start to see them hit somewhere in the region of like close to 200 production here. Like, they're going to pop off. I mean, they got to be close to industrialization. They got to be close to stuff like that. Would not be surprised by that. Any other actions on the map? Any poking towards Canada? Canada finally now on 6, 7, going up to 9 cities, like I said. Players tend to build cities in threes. So you had your first expansion phase, your second expansion phase, and now we're seeing the third expansion phase finally heading towards this Yosemite. Canada really not valuing it that highly. Quite surprising. Did Japan not even attack those walls? I'm not sure why Japan made that decision. I think it was because he doesn't want to lose any more samurai. And I think the threat of the battering ram is maybe useful against the city. The unfortunate thing is, though, Japan's sim is falling behind England. Now, he's roughly equal on production, and like he has a wave of samurai coming. The samurai will become obsolete soon. Ooh, he is getting ground, though. I think what he wants is he wants to get control of this tile. If he has 2 tiles attacking the city, I think that's his go time. So I think that's Japan's plan, and he is slamming to set up for next turn. He's more than happy to trade out samurai. I mean, these samurai are so cost effective. And even a little bit of samurai swordsman pressure coming in here from the Aztec too. 2 seconds. I need to blow my nose again. Yeah, having access to this tile too also allows him to push in on top of these crossbowmen, which would be really, really nice. Vicky is losing her front line. She looks like she is actually slowly being broken. I was expecting these crossbowmen to hold a little bit better, but maybe it just wasn't enough. She's simming behind this, but man, this city's walls are in danger. Let's have a look at Spain. Spain continuing to settle. Look at this. Finally making its way down here to these delicious lands that are hiding down the bottom of the map. Ooh, Greece sending a couple of hoplites and an archer. Maybe to pressure Spain here. We could see Spain being forced to build a couple of defensive units. So far, Spain has built nothing but like a few galleys and like an archer and a horseman. So if these Greek hoplites make it to the city, we could see some forced units, even just to build a front line. It looks like Spain really wants to control this choke point, and Greece really wants to control this choke point. So that might be what they're fighting over. Curious to see what changes here. Oh. Do both teams start at war? I don't think you start at war, but you basically declare war the first turn that you see someone, because it reveals all their allies and gets you era score as far as I know. Positioning here. I wonder if the Japanese player can kill this man-at-arms. It looks like he's setting up for it, but man, it looks tough. These crossbowmen are positioned well. Let's have a look at what government he went with. He went with audience chamber, so not even getting the war benefits here. Audience chamber. Ooh, another tile claimed. Now he's got 3 slams on this man-at-arms. 3 slams should be enough with maybe a crossbowman shot. Oh, there it is. There's the crossbowman shop. Setting up to claim this tile. This tile is critical. If he could get a military engineer with a fort or something, if he could get anything. Losing this encampment was huge. Now, knights are coming out. Now, knights fare reasonably well against samurai. Yeah, I'd say they go toe to toe with samurai pretty well. The hard thing as a defender is though that you typically don't have tempo because the other person's attacking you, so you're kind of playing it on the back foot here. Can you check dedications? Oh, that's right, we're in a new era. Looks like we got pen, brush, and voice for the Aztecs again, favoring that science and that culture and that gold. +2 culture, +1 gold from each specialty district. Japan again in monumentality, favoring that gold purchasing. Probably completely the only thing sustaining his economy, being able to purchase those builders while basically building nothing but samurai. Though he is now starting to get out more settlers. We've also got Spain here in a pen, brush, and voice, getting another +2 culture and another +1 gold from every district. It's helping carry his economy right now, and another pen, brush, and voice from Eleanor, really helping out with that culture. Although their border pops have been crushed, unfortunately. Canada again with another pen, brush, and voice, +2 culture, +1 gold. Relatively good position for him. He has a ton of districts, he's a ton of cities, he's simming away very, very nicely. Then we've got Gorgo with pen, brush, and voice as well. We've got Lautaro with pen, brush, and voice, and Victoria with pen, brush, and voice. Interesting choices. So again, sort of mirroring the last era. Everyone really favoring that early culture and gold. Oh, here comes a few movements. The knight taking up the front line. Potential shots coming in. Let's check. There's nothing coming in here. Oh, there we go. Is he trying to reclaim this tile with a knight? Ooh, that's huge. Now Japan has to retake this tile all over again. Incredible play here from this English player. This is a heroic defense. Japan will retake that tile relatively for free and now has potential wall slams coming in. Can this galley do it? The galley could potentially kill the city here. One more attack. God, these city strengths are so slow. Oh, he has a low health man-at-arms in the city, which made it completely vulnerable to an attack. I can't help but see Plymouth fall here. And once Plymouth falls, there's not a whole lot of defensive terrain for England behind him. This is just spooky. Yeah, I think the city is a gonzo. It's a goner. Not much you could do. Whew. He might be able to retake it. He might be able to hold. I don't know. It really just depends on what moves are made. That's the real question here. Let's have a look. Theatre squares. We're seeing spies come out from Spain now. That could be a signal that Spain is considering going to war soon, or it could be just generally being prepared for war. We've also got art museums coming up for Eleanor with a foreign ministry. That suggests maybe some city-state stuff. I actually don't know what the foreign ministry does in the mod. Diplo favor, diplomatic victory. Could be looking for that extra Diplo favor for the Diplo victory. That actually is probably their win condition here. Considering they snatched the thing, which kind of forces Canada to go culture, and you don't want Canada going culture against an Eleanor with 177 culture per turn. So now Canada is on the back foot. What does Canada do? Looks like he is going for a great engineer here, possibly looking up to pick up Imhotep. Man, I'm unsure. Yeah, the Aztec pressure over here pulled so many units off the front line. It was like super, super isolating for England here. There is a constant like series of heavy chariots and stuff coming through. Who won yesterday? I actually forget entirely who won yesterday. Can you check on religions, please? I think Spain got a religion. Looks like it was Shinto. Jesuit education, pilgrimage, and defender of the faith. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Looks like Japan has picked up crusade and has actually spread his religion to Plymouth. I think maybe that religious spread was the thing that tipped the scales in his favor. Team England possibly regretting not going for a religion here. And the map, like the people on the map are starting to get fatter. The Aztec in particular, like look at this. He's actually just producing settlers from Yerevan. He does not care what the city does. It's like, just get me more amenities. Get me more luxuries. Oh, and there's a spy coming in for the visibility bonus. Now, I don't know if visibility bonuses are shared between allies. That's something of a little bit of a question mark for me here. Oh, here it comes. One galley down. City gets slammed twice here, and I think it's done. Which team is which? I don't remember. I actually don't know the teams well enough to know which team is which. Left is Hansa. Fair enough. Kabachok is Hansa. Plymouth falling. Does he have the damage to retake it? I don't think so with those samurai in the city. I mean, maybe if he could get 2 knights to attack, but these knights are... Ooh. Ooh. English front line crumbling here. There are chariots coming out on every tile. I'm a little bit worried for England now. I mean, I was worried when Bristol fell, but now I'm really worried. Once that second city goes, I'm wondering, like, how does he get a cockroach out here? He doesn't control the water. He doesn't control the northeast. There's a horseman and a scout waiting for him. The cockroach clock is ticking, dude. He needs to get out. Maybe he thinks he can hold it. I mean, it's an experienced player, but his science now dipping below Japan's, the tempo swinging back into Japan's favor. And I think it's also partially down to the fact that Japan's team just had so much gold. Canada is French team. Yeah, the French team is doing really, really well. Looks like Theatre Square is coming out. Fairly standard play. I mean, this is kind of what I would expect the game to look like at turn 62. You know, when I'm looking at Canada's team, with them going to be down a player, I'm kind of thinking about what's their win condition going to be? What's their play here? Are they just banking on the fact that 2 players being forced to deal with England gives them a sim advantage? That feels like a very risky assumption to make, considering you have an Aztec with Colosseum and 3 continents. Ooh, yeah, that's a spooky proposition. I mean, Canada's sim, like I was predicting, has gone up to nearly 200 production per turn, as is Gorgo, as is Lautaro. So I would say overall, I would give a sim advantage. Ooh, but I mean, honestly, I don't think I give a sim advantage to each team, but I do give a slight advantage to Hansa here. Yeah, Spain and Eleanor are like literally at 0 gold. They are like pumping gold into this war. Every turn, just gold being handed to Japan. To sustain this production. And honestly, you have to do the same thing for Sprig here. Like, Canada is just throwing every ounce of gold at Sprig here. I like this Canadian Empire. Look at these tile improvements, looking very, very nice. Good ice hockey rings over here. A diplomatic plaza up. Oh, scouting horseman looking for cities and potential kills. I like that he got walls over here. I don't know if he used a great engineer for it, but it looks like he just picked up walls for the safety, because this is a pretty isolated and exposed city. Neither player favoring settling towards one another. How is the standoff here? Has moved on. And Toledo looks like it was settled a little bit more conservatively to the right side of this lake. Aztec upgraded knights. Aztec had knights for a while. Let's take a look at the technology here for a second. Military cartography coming up for Eleanor, although no use for that aside from... I guess that maybe suggests just the top half of the tech tree play, just to make things cheaper for their allies. There's no real use for caravels here. Stirrups coming out for you. Square rigging for him. Is that maybe a frigates play against Japan? He hasn't settled coastally at all, so... Why would he go square rigging? Does he have a settler on the coast? Is he... Interesting choice to go for square rigging here. Industrialization, I guess, makes sense. He is just going to pick up that extra production and the ability to build his factories up, I guess. I mean, England, despite the fact that England is on the back foot here, they are still defending in a manner that I would consider heroic. Like, they are holding incredibly well. They've done so much damage. The unfortunate reality is England just might not make it to redcoats. Let's have a look here. He's working on printing. Printing does lead to military science, so if he already has siege tactics, if he can hold like another few turns, maybe. Wilfred is boosting printing for England. Okay, so England's going to be able to research that 40% faster. Printing will also give him diplomatic visibility, which he currently is even on Diplo visibility, so that will give him a +3 combat strength advantage over Japan, at least for a few turns until Japan gets a 2. Unless England has a spy. I can't see an English spy. There is an Aztec spy. He has a settler up the north of his cities. Might be going coastal. I do not see the settler. Oh, Mapu. Now, the question is, does Japan see this? Japan does see this, and he has a galley in the area. So Japan will see any of these coastal settles from Mapuche. So he will know if Mapuche drops in the water and his army score jumps. I think that's when Japan knows that there's something coming. And it looks like he's predicting it to come from this choke point and not from over here. England getting their spy out. Looks like they're trying to get as many combat bonuses out as possible. I think the big thing here is if England can get to redcoats, I think redcoats beat samurai. But again, it's like, can he get enough niter? Can he stay alive long enough? And will it be enough if he stays alive? I mean, like, Aztec is getting up to universities. There's great scientist points are popping off. Like, let's have a look here. Any really, really important great scientist? Oh, sorry, there's a bit of war going on. Oh, Aztec pushing in on Stoke-on-Trent. God, it's gonna be so scary here to be in this position. Grey people. Let's have a look. Important grey people that have gone. Hypatia on the Aztec player. Otherwise, nothing that I would say is like super game changing has gone. There's a couple of like good ones, but nothing that like Hypatia is like one of those really, really important ones because it gives you stats. Fastest speed is 250 turns total. They usually don't. Usually these games end in like 100 to 120 turns. So we're probably about halfway through the game in terms of turns, and maybe about halfway through in terms of time as well. I mean, England looks like England has taken land back. What is going on here? England is pushing out. They're looking to retake Plymouth here. Plymouth retaken. What is happening? I looked away for like 2 seconds. Okay. All the units. I thought I had deleted all the units in the game for a second there. Okay. We're fine. Now, Plymouth will swap back, so this city is just run ragged. He should probably have killed the other units of the city since he now get +5 from Crusade. That is true, but he did just retake it. Ooh, okay. A little bit of combat happening out on the periphery. This knight does have a level up, so it will be fine. A lot of these knights must be close to levels. Oh my god, look at this Greek expansion. Going for yet more settlers. Spies coming out, trade routes, shipyards. He's going for great admirals, it seems, or he just really likes the production in gold. But settling even more cities towards the Mapuche. Mapuche going wild on cities right now. Like, look at this sim, dude. This is going to go late. You could see a science race. You could see nukes. I think we're going to see nukes. There's no way we don't see nukes because I don't see a culture victory coming from anyone here. I don't think either team can effectively pull off a culture victory. I mean, maybe Eleanor, but it's not really a culture victory civ. It's more like a culture victory defense SimCity civ to me. Who is suzerain of Mitla? Mitla is owned by Trinda, which is Spain. Seems quite powerful to me. Oh, look at this knight positioning. Look, he just has a wall of steel here. Every time I think this England player is close to dead, he just pulls it out of the bag. Now, he's going for construction, which does lead to castles, which does lead to siege tactics. It looks like military science is the direction that he's heading. At least that's what I think. I feel like that's right. He should be going bottom of the tech tree, which is the land combat tree. Ooh, this Aztec push. Ancient walls will be coming up. There's no battering ram, no nothing like that. I mean, he could theoretically slam these districts, I guess, but it doesn't feel worth it. Oh god, these samurai these samurai trade so incredibly effectively with these knights. It's a little bit spooky, actually. Yeah, England getting crunched in the jaws of the enemy empires. And look, here it comes. Here's the rat settler. The rat settler has been created, but there are scouts here. Mapuche is going to need to get some kind of unit over here to escort this and protect it. This is like all of the English eggs in one basket trying to escape from the tyrannical Japanese and Aztec invasion, which is probably a sentence that has never been uttered in the history of humankind. And please God, maybe never have to utter it again. But it looks like Japan now is very confident in his position in the war. He has he's irrelled England and is now like, okay, I can sim up. I can sim up and still have an impact in the game, whereas England is out. So it looks like Japan, taking my prediction by surprise. I thought it was Japan that was irrelled, but the strong gold from his teammates allowing him to play super aggressively and still be in the game. And he managed to subvert my expectations, taking England out and making himself extremely dominant. As it stands. Now, his stats are low, but he's being boosted. That's the important thing. He's being boosted by his allies. All he has to do now, his job is complete. He just has to sit back, get trade routes, get eco, defend against Mapuche, feed gold to his allies. This has been an incredible coordination between both teams. Incredible to see how this is all shaked out. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch this war shake out. I'm curious. There's so much action happening here. It's hard to look away from like this brutal savagery that's going on between these players. No one ever settled this poor little wonder. Let's have a look. Come on, show me the money. City-states changing hands here like pretty rapidly. I know I'm probably missing a lot of the game, but I'm so focused on this war because it's so much fun. There's probably like subtlety happening. Walls are coming out. England sees the writing on the walls. That's why he's building walls. He needs time to survive. It's rat mode. This is the equivalent of wall spamming when you're dying in Age of Empires 2. You just start spamming palisade walls. You start dropping stone walls. You're trying to buy time for your pocket player. You drag all your villagers and you run them off into the corner of your allies' base and you try to survive your way through the game. Yeah, Aztec's in an incredible position here to take this game. Like, his sim is outrageous. He's at 248 production. He's teching castles. He's going bottom tree. He might be preparing for a war. He is going for commercial hubs right now in a lot of his cities, and his science is out of the... Ooh. The push on Liverpool has arrived. Liverpool is under threat, and the walls did not get up before this district was damaged. That is going to be significant for the outcome here. Yeah, England is dead. England is beyond dead. But the question is, how long can England stay alive? Is there a diplomatic victory? What is the win condition here for Canada and France? Looks like we do have another commercial or industrial zone coming up. We've got quite a few industrial zones here for Canada. Now, do industrial zones maybe suggest a science victory? I can't imagine that they do. Maybe they just want great engineer points. Maybe they're efficient. Like, I mean, the Aztec amenity train, though. Like, look at that. Let me have a look. When it rolls over, it would be nice if I could see how many amenities you have, Aztec. You wanna show me? 10 attack from... These aren't even cores. Bro. Bro, he's getting opera and ballet. Bro. If he gets nationalism, which Eleanor is getting next turn, and so it will boost it for him, bro, these knights are going to hit like super heavy armor. This is insane levels of combat strength right here. This Aztec player, I really do feel like it comes down to the Aztec player here. Oh, what are they going to do? They're the Kabachok, again, being the dominant power, maybe the game changer. Although, you know, Propaganda. No slouch either with his... oh my god, actually, Propaganda. Wait, where did this production come from for Propaganda? Did he, like, finish a factory or something? He's at 282 production. This, like, exploded out of nowhere. That's, like, insane culture. What have you done? Nationalism? Square rigging? God. Insane. Oh, look, he's trying to spread his religion here. He's trying to spread Taoism. He's trying to get Taoism in so that he can attack more easily. A settler 4 turns from finishing, and this scout is in position to catch the rat as it scurries out of the sinking ship of England. I don't favour England's chances to even escape and survive. Statue of Liberty for Canada. I think their win condition is diplomacy here. However, Eleanor is kind of ahead here, and it's a bit painful to lose one of your players in a diplomatic victory. I feel like if this England player fully dies, that's a wrap. Yeah, Hansa is ahead by every visible margin. That's true. As far as I can tell, they've got a better science player. They've got a better culture player. They've got a better eco. Their sim is better. They're not losing a player. Yeah, Hansa here has played an incredible game, and partially off of the back of this really, really unfortunate position here. It really sucks because England is only like a couple turns from redcoats, but it looks like they're just trying to pick up other things. Alright, we've got a little bit of a siege, a standoff here. Not seeing any signs of war from Gorgo yet. Just like lots of culture, lots of science. Good tiles, good production, good districts, everything coming out. Do I see any interesting wonders? Not really. We just have a Colossus out for them. No interesting wonders. How about Canada? Looks like we have ourselves Statue of Liberty like we talked about. There's Mausoleum at Halicarnassus is quite a good one. I'm surprised. Which city even built that? Kartoffel McWhiskey? One of these cities must be renamed, and I'm not seeing it. Kartoffel McWhiskey, by the way, is German for potato McWhiskey. I can't actually see the city renamed, sadly. Pepe Hans. Alright, let's see. How is the pressure? The battering ram is coming up. No medieval walls in here, so the battering ram is still effective. Ironclads out for Spain, hammering the city of Hull. Frigates out as well. 3 turns until the settler appears. I don't know if he's escaping, bro. He is getting a spy. I mean, how useful is this spy? Ottawa was building it. This is my question, though. Like, JR loves Kartoffel. Why would Ottawa build this? Did they change it? Was it just a production thing? I guess it's a naval map. You want the great engineers to have extra charges. I guess that makes sense. Like, you miss out on so much, though, by not getting into Hamilton. Makes sense, though, kind of. Japan setting up for more simming, by the way. Cheap text for score. It could have been for Era Score too. Totally could have been. And speaking of Era Score, we are heading into the critical Renaissance era. Now, the Renaissance era is interesting because you actually want to get a Dark Age here. Most players will potentially look for a Dark Age here. You might see a couple people go for a Golden. But the reason they want to get a Dark Age here is because they want to go into an Industrial Heroic Age. So typically in the Renaissance era, that's when you start to see people pivot into their late game plan. So I'm curious to see What sort of status we'll see here? I think simming is basically ecoing. It's where you're not building a military, you're not participating in war, you're not doing anything aggressive, you're trying to avoid conflict with the enemy. You're building a huge empire. You're building. It's basically how I play Civ. You're building a lot of districts. You're building a lot of builders. You're building a lot of cities. You're just trying to get really, really fat. You're trying to build the fattest empire with huge production, huge food, huge gold, huge science, huge culture. London is 3 turns from Liberty. Oh, honestly, if Statue of Liberty finishes here, maybe I can't help but feel that barking dogs might surrender. It really depends. I guess it is the final game. Maybe they would like to see if their sim is strong enough to outlast. It depends. It might come down to nukes. England's still holding. I gotta learn how to predict, because every time I'm like, England is dead, England lives. Yoink. There we go. There's the yoink. Hull taken. Flipped English infrastructure. Switches over to Spain, and England is down to 3 cities now. I'll be. Hello. Well, I'm down now. Bro. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm eating a spring roll. Bro, I forgot to mute. I could have said some crazy stuff. I could have ticked without realizing it. My ticks are not good. I have to hold them in. Sometimes I mute and just say like bad words while I stare at like whether or not my microphone is transmitting. Pikeman coming out here for England, looking pretty solid. In terms of defense, plus potentially escaping with the settler. Stacked units, unstack these bad boys. Yeah, a lot of hope is going to be pinned on Greece. I think has the... Oh, the Statue of Liberty just went. I wonder how these guys are feeling now. I wonder if there's a bunch of discussion going on between them. Oh, he just slams down a Forbidden City. Giga Chad does not care. He's still in it to win it, baby. Does not care. Lose this Statue of Liberty. Our win condition is defeated. I build Forbidden City. Giga Chad. No knight upgrade for the cockroach. That is true. He's one turning Forbidden City. Absolutely incredible here. Now, I wonder if the Statue of Liberty build was to try to deny it from England. Because, you know, they're at 8 of 20. They can jump pretty quick. They can jump up pretty high. Stuck settler calls Step Scout for help. This scout is not going to offer the kind of help that this settler needs. He needs to escape here. The Japanese city. Oh man, if they just pump gold into here as this settler is escaping, they could just buy something and... Oh, I'm worried about the settler. I'm worried that these cities won't hold long enough for the settler to survive. Although, what happened to Japan's army? I was AFK eating... I ate 2 spring rolls in the span of about 5 minutes, and Japan's army disappeared. Did they disband it? Do they know that England is dead and they don't need to continue killing him? Are they letting Aztec kill them? Has he heroically defended? What is happening? How is their Diplo favor? In terms of Diplo favor, we are sitting on 6 turns until the next World Congress, and it looks like each team is sitting on a healthy amount of Diplo favor. There is a way to count the votes, but, you know, I have a small brain. Let me make a notepad real quick. It's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. I think it works like that anyway. 50, 10, something like that. I mean, it looks like... I feel like Team Canada has a little bit more Diplo favor evenly spread throughout them. So I feel like they could win a World Congress here, depending on how they commit to it. It's curious, though. I feel like if England has lost the city where he built his Diplo quarter, that could affect things maybe for the next one. Yeah, I'm glad that he turned this into a knight, because that was getting spooky over there. Oh, the city is taking hits, bro. It's taking hits. Let's have a look at the yields. Tech-wise, everyone is starting to hit industrialization, gunpowder, and metal casting coming up for Ziffy. Yep, there goes Stoke-upon-Trent. England is down to its last 2 cities with the rat settler scurrying away at warp speed, trying to survive. The great scientist Hildegard de Bingen fighting on the front lines. I believe Hildegard is the one that heals your units. Even the scientific people have been drafted to fight in this epic war between England and the Japanese Aztec, Giga armies that have come through. God, this Aztec damage is just insane. The number of votes you get is points plus square root of 4 times the points plus 5 divided by 20. I just did it by typing. 100 equals 5 votes. Yeah, it looks like maybe these guys, Team Barking Dog has maybe the advantage going into this session. It all depends. I mean, but like, look at this Aztec sim, dude. Like, how do you contest this? Look at the sim, bro. Bro, look at my Aztec player, and then look at your Aztec player. My Aztec player is insane. God, really not valuing this. Hildegard provides a heal. I'm pretty sure. Am I crazy? Or am I thinking of a different guy? No, I'm thinking of a different one. Hildegard is useless. Never mind. It's Abu Salami. Oh my god, what is his name? Abu Al-Kazim Al-Zarari. He gives healing. I knew it was like Abu Al-Kazim. My brain autofilled with salami. Yeah, I mixed it up. My bad. Is this played on? This is played on online speed. Is the strat to use all your Diplo favor each session or save for the later ones? Typically, what you will do is you will want one of your players to vote for what you actually want to pass, and then you'll have the rest of your players vote for something you don't want to pass in the same category. So they'll all vote A, but the person with the most votes will vote like A1. And then all the other players will vote other random stuff so as to get a refund on their Diplo point to go into the next one. Oh yeah, there he is. Abu al-Kazim al-Zaharari, healing up the Aztec Empire here. Loyalty in Plymouth. Loyalty is fine in Plymouth. Let's have a look here. Ooh, front line starting to build. Apadana coming up. Looks like people are hunting for that era score. Era score? Or is these pre-builds? Like, what the hell is he doing here? I don't know. Culture victory? Pivot? I don't think it would be a culture victory pivot. We're seeing some Malon Raiders. Oh, dude. He was going to send some Malon Raiders to help out England here. But look. The Trebuchet, the Caravel privateer, the privateer predicting it, starting to shoot them, blocking. That is unfortunate timing. I think I just heard something get pillaged over here. Yeah. Pillaging happening. I mean, this guy's eco is insane, by the way. He's at 291 production per turn. Eleanor's on 400. Where is this production coming from? He's got factory. He's getting neighborhoods? I have never seen anyone build neighborhoods. What is happening? Why are you building neighborhoods? What could you possibly build in a neighborhood? Bro. Why would you build neighborhoods? Where are you building them? You get like 10 food for a neighborhood? He's building neighborhood for housing. The housing locked? Give me the hover over data, please. I guess it makes sense. I guess he wants, yeah. 2 neighborhood boost plus passive Eleanor. What the hell do neighborhoods boost again? It's somewhere down here, right? No. He's going Biosphere? Bro. What the hell do neighborhoods boost? Urbanization Civic? Yeah, but what do they boost? I get that they come here, but what do they boost? I do not remember. They boost conservation. Why would you build 2 of these for boosts then? You would only need 1. It makes no sense. Okay. Chat sometimes doesn't make sense. Yeah, they boost conservation, but somebody said he's building 2 to boost something. 2 neighborhoods does not boost this technology. You understand my confusion? I know about the conservation boost. I'm talking about, he said built 2. Boost sanitation? There it is, yeah. Sanitation boost. Thank you. That's the question I was asking. You know what? I love you. Who said sanitation? Zictor, you are getting promoted to a VIP. Well done. You understood my question and answered it correctly. How do I VIP you? Hold on. VIP Zictor. Well done, Zictor. You actually answered a question correctly when everyone was answering it incorrectly. You get VIP. It's like the highest honor you can earn in my chat is when I'm asking a question and everyone is giving me the wrong answer. That one person who reaches out and understands what my question is actually asking and gives me the correct answer, that's a VIP. You're a king in my mind, bro. You just repeated no hand. Oh. Who did you give? Right click ban. Erased out of history, brother. Sir Look 77 said it first. Do you like casting or playing more? I think doing both is fun. You get the healthy diversity in your diet. Also, the other thing about Eleanor is I believe Eleanor gets +2 food per great work. +2 food per great work if a neighborhood is built in the city. So neighborhoods actually have a lot of value for Eleanor. Another answer to that question. So that answers my question. So this makes a lot of sense. I expect to see a neighborhood in basically every city that has great works then. Yeah, look, 1, 2, 3. No 4 yet, but I guess that is a coal power plant over there. This is what we've been saying. Yeah, but that wasn't my question. My question was, what does building 2 neighborhoods boost? And it was sanitation. I'm just being honest. You know what, Zichter? For being honest, you get to keep it. Where's Sir Look? Sir Look 77. There you go. Congratulations, Sir Look. You've been VIP'd. Have we seen a settler steal this game? I don't think so. I think it could still happen. Are they eating crayons? Possibly. I need to mute myself for a second. Ooh, free Cuirassier has been stolen here. This is what I was predicting here. This horde of knights is gonna make escaping nigh impossible for England. I mean, he's on the clock here. If these cities fall, he's out of the game. I mean, where the hell is he running to? Like, he's got to run. Like, there's nowhere to settle over here. Mapuche is kind of screwed the Mapuche. He can't escape. I don't think England lives. I don't think he can run. 500 production on Eleanor. Okay, what actually, bro? What are you even doing in this government? Visselbanken retainers. Oh, dude, he's Visselbanking trading with Spain. That's insanity. The level of production in these cities right now has got... Spain's got to be doing it too, right? Oh, man. This Eleanor sim is disgusting. Okay? Absolutely disgusting. I love how Aztec is tasked with killing the last remnants of England, and he's still simming. He's like buying bombards. Aztec Sim is like, I mean, Aztec Sim is crazy, but it's like on par with the other teams. This Eleanor Sim is disgusting. How's Spain not broken? I mean, Spain's like doing okay. Like, Spain is on par with where you expected people to be. Like, but like these are comparative examples, right? Eleanor Sim relative to everyone else in the game Sim is disgusting. Honestly, I was expecting Canada to be a little bit more explosive this game. I mean, they're doing amazing compared to everyone, but Eleanor is just making him look like a limp noodle a little bit here. I mean, like, objectively speaking, his sim is like best, with the exception of Eleanor, is the phrase I was trying to say there. What's the Diplo scores? Oh, that's a good question. Let's have a look here. Okay, we're looking at 150, 100, 200, 182. They might be delaying on the capturing of this capital to prevent the Diplo sink. That is the danger of killing someone's capital, is you have a Diplo sink for the rest of the game. It's a little bit scary. I'm liking Team 2's spread here. They're all close to or above 200 here. Why is Liverpool the capital? It's just the original capital, because this is Victoria. Because when you have two civs with the same city names, Eleanor of England settled London, and Victoria settled Liverpool. Yeah, I give a slight edge to team barking. Is it barking dogs? Barking, whatever. Team barking has the advantage going into the next session. The cities have been shared. I see. Thanks, Potato. Barking Gang. That's it. Barking Gang. I'm curious to see what moves and shakes these guys make in the next little while. Oh, nothing really moving on this front. A couple of chariot pre-builds, possibly being upgraded to tanks in the near future. Looks like we've got a Kilwa popping out here for Olympia. Fairly late Kilwa. We are in a new era, so we have normal age for the Aztec. Ooh, that's going to feel bad to miss that Dark Age. Dark Age for Hojo. Golden Age for Spain. Going for Reform the Coinage. Making money. Hand over fist. Although, so is Eleanor. 600 gold per turn. What is going on, bro? What's happening with these gold yields? JR loves Kartoffel McWhiskey. Cranking it with a monument, with a Reform the Coinage as well. Dark Age. So we might see an explosive next era from Greece, Lautaro, as well as honestly, I feel like I kind of give, if these guys can survive to the next era, if they can get golden ages, I kind of give the era score advantage here to Team Barking Dog or Barking Gang. Oh no, this is painful to see. Settler caught between a rock and a hard place. I gotta blow my nose again. The believers might just be getting a payout with their Twitch prediction. What are we sitting at here in the Twitch prediction? Oh, it's a 50-50 on whether or not it will be a yoink over 70,000. I need to talk to Legion again. This time I will be Nuclear Recon him. Okay, so Nuclear Recon Leg. I'm voting B. Nuclear Recon him. Double checking. Nuclear Recon him. Okay. Alright, this time he did it right. Whew. Alright, that was spooky for a moment. Last time it didn't work out so well. I'm curious here. What civ surprised you the most? The multiplayer is being a really good multi-civ? Ooh, that's a good question. Honestly, Eleanor, but I guess they got changes. I'm tempted to type an F in chat. Oh, am I crashing also? I see the host. I assume he's the host. Oh, unhandled exception. That should be another prediction. Like, am I going to get a Firaxis crash? Prepare your ears. I'm about to reopen the game, boys. Actually, you know what? I'll be nice this time. I'll mute it. I will blast my own ears with this noise, but I will protect my chat's ears. We got a game crash. We're going to load back in. We're going to figure things out. I don't know if the same lobby is up or what the story is. Write an F in chat. I wanted to write an F in chat. Here. I was going to. I'm going to try and rejoin that lobby and see if that works. You hear it through the mute. You probably heard it in my headphones. Any lobbies? Bless you, bless you. Check 0ms when you rejoin. Yeah, I will. Relobby? Looks like I'm rejoining. No. Oh, 0ms, 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 0. What's happening? Rejoin to fix 0ms problem.
The steady hum of machinery.
The candidate player can't vote, so they're not sure how to proceed. Oh.
These are the signs of changing.
Oh, I was supposed to rejoin. Whoops.
The lure of scientific and cultural advancement is the engine driving your realm forward. Now your challenge is to maintain the delicate balance between Earth and man.
Yeah, you're gonna have to desync, Rip. I didn't know. My bad. Curious to see here. I mean, what if I just crashed my game? You know what I'm saying? There's a mod called Mute Menu. Imagine thinking I wouldn't want to torture my viewers and myself every time I open this game that I play every day for the last 6 years. God. Imagine thinking that. You're off the wall, mate, if you don't think I'm going to choose the option that gives me the most amount of violence for the least amount of work. Ref wants us to re-lobby. Looks like we're calling a re-lobby. Sorry about that. Alright, looks like there's a re-lobby happening. Unfortunate. Let's get ourselves out of this. I want to leave. I want to leave. No, just for the sake of completeness, let's go ahead and just shut it down. Task manager is a helicopter making noise nearby. I don't know if you can actually hear that. Steam was unable to sync your saves with the Steam cloud. Thanks, Steam. Oh, well, people actually load multiplayer games. Sounds difficult. I mean, it works actually surprisingly well. It does cause issue, though, re-lobbying. I would like to play anyway. Prepare your ears. This time I'm unmuting it on the boom. Be prepared. You're about to get boomed, okay? Lower your mic. Lower your volume. It's about to happen. Alright, I lowered it. Can I get an ear check? Anyone got ears left after that? Ear check. So many moves for last turn before golden. Go re-lobby, same turn as Congress, split the same way you did before re-lobby. Okay. Looks like we are going back in time. You really do need the quick start mod? Every time someone tells me that, I'm going to load up the game unmuted again. If you're a unit from Civ 6, what unit would best describe your personality or playstyle? Probably a naturalist. Catch me out in nature, bro. Looks like there's a little bit of discussion about this reload. People are unhappy about it. Things have gone awry. Yeah, people seem a little bit unhappy about this. Doesn't necessarily seem to be major fighting, just kind of like, you know, the general grumbling you might expect when you get a forced re-lobby. You strike me as a special ops. That's what your mom thinks. We got him. Roasted. I'm readied up. I am ready to go. How much progress do we lose? We probably go back like a turn or two at most. Rejoin. Oh yeah. 0 MS. $43, $51, $55, $47. There we go. There we go. All right. Good connections to every player. So Canada had a Firaxis crash, which basically means a hard crash during the World Congress vote, and they had a lot of diplomatic favors, so they weren't able to vote the way that they thought they should. It was just an odd moment. It was just a moment of misfortune.
Smell of smoke, vision clouded by ash and soot. These are the signs of changing times. The lure of scientific and cultural advancement is the engine driving your realm forward. Now your challenge is to maintain the delicate balance between...
So we've gone back in time ever so slightly. Remember when this settler maybe was going to live? It was moved here. World Congress in 2 turns. See, I mean, it is a good opportunity to go have a look at everyone's empire. I mean, Japan looks like they're getting their sim on, catching back up into the game, up to 146 signs. Now, remember, all of their science is being boosted by, you know, all their techs are cheaper by 40% because their allies are researching everything ahead of them. So kind of think of this as a bit of a lie. They actually have quite a bit more science than you might think, perhaps even up to 50% more than you would have given them credit for. He is simming his way back into the game because he is a little bit out for now, but he's not nearly as out as the English player who has been completely... If a team doesn't like Conquest, they Firaxis crash, say they can't vote, they have to reset it. Remember, every time you reload during Congress, you get a new Congress with new options. Ooh. That is... Ooh, the potential here for dirty plays. I don't know. Would you accuse? Oh, looks like people are taking this chance to get some new timelines going. They're obligated to do the exact same moves. I think generally they are obligated to do the exact same moves, yes. Oh, man, the positioning. Honestly, I don't like it. I don't like the position he's in. What's going on over here? Campus is finally coming down for London. Curious. I mean, the science is really good. Do you really need campuses as Eleanor here when you've got an Aztec player boosting you? I guess you do. I mean, but here's the thing. Your cities have built so many districts. Is this just to prepare for the late game? I mean, who knows? Are you watching or playing? I'm watching. I can see the whole map. I think that's a hint. Coal power plant coming out for Ottawa here, potentially boosting the factory, getting a lot of production. Just generally simming up. I don't think he's in like a super powerful position in terms of like no blocks on great people. No great people are really coming up that changed the game as far as I can tell. There are religions still in the game, and Aztec does have holy sites. He could eventually get his own religion. I wonder why he went for a holy site here. Where did he go for a holy site? Was it captured from a city? Yeah, it was captured from Yerevan, so that makes a lot more sense. Looks like he doesn't actually care about that holy site. Why pick Eleanor for multiplayer? Eleanor is an S tier on England. Dude, have you seen these bonuses? This Civ has been buffed in this mod. Bro, look at this Eleanor. 100% production towards theater square buildings. Great works give -1 loyalty. Great works receive additional yields depending on the districts built in the city. If you got campus, you got culture. You know, look at that. Bro, Eleanor is insane. On top of the fact that it's in England, it gets Sea Dogs, it gets Royal Navy shipyards. Boom. I don't see how Team 2 loses here. I mean, I definitely feel like this is due Hansa's game to lose. But... you know... stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. I mean, look at Canada's sim. Canada actually exploding out of the gate, taking me by surprise right now. Excuse me, Canada, where did you get an extra 50 production from? Sir, last turn you were at like 380. You're catching up to England here. I mean, your stats are lower, but your sim is strong. The sim is strong with this Sith Lord over here, the Canadian Wilfrid Laurier, popping off with a good bit of production. Greece also surprisingly well simmed up to 375. I would say, you know, the Eleanor is giving them a big edge here, but I would say generally the three backup players are doing quite well as well. Like the three simming players here have done a really, really good job. Kilwa coming out as well. Ooh. We've got archaeologists popping out. Workshop of the World plus R&D. Royal Navy Dockyard is really strong right now. It's never made sense how people trash English Eleanor. True. When we talk about sim, you also take into account the amount of science and culture that players have. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you need to look at production, but also the science. Like, I mean, Eleanor's sim, but the culture is just crazy. Unit, World Religion, Diplo. Hi. Maybe UA. Maybe plus plus. So we are looking for voting down recon units, voting down Shinto, and voting down Lej. We have a look here. Recon, Shinto, Lej. Recon, B. Shinto, B. Lej, B. 1 vote each. For being a first pick and having free sim, Canada isn't overwhelming. I think it's just a matter of like perspective here. Canada is still doing like incredibly well. It's just that this player is like doing this is insanity. I don't even know where this culture is coming from. Like if I look at the city, he's making 113 culture in London, man. Like how I don't even know, man. Eleanor is just insane. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what to tell you. Looks like England has gotten its first tourist. I'm curious. Settler steal? Oh, a little bit of counter-attacking. Trying to keep it. Ooh, spooky moves. 5 moves, step, attack, attack. No. Heel banked here doesn't have reactive armor. Bro, I think this I think the settler actually could be killed. Not gonna lie. Oh, that's an interesting choice. I feel like you could have. Well, I guess the settlers Doesn't have moves. Caravel waiting. Dude, look at these units looming. They're looming. Look at this positioning. Players preparing well in advance to try and stop each other. It's insane. Like the jaws, the titanic jaws of Japan are just closing in. I'm surprised that the Aztecs haven't popped out like a knight here or something. Because if that knight were to step just 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, like, ooh, that's a wrap. What was the outcome here? Chosen player loses 2 Diplo points. Ooh, that is actually a big win. Looks like Taoism did get boosted. Everyone chose A, Taoism. And I mean everyone chose A, Taoism. Like literally everyone. And they put a lot of points into it too. Odd. Siege has been boosted. Looks like basically everyone voted Siege. Except for Team 1 who voted anti-Cav. So they preserved a lot of their votes. Interesting. And it looks like Barking Gang voted heavily to get rid of the Diplo points here. Now, that doesn't necessarily change the standings right now. They're still at 9 and they're on 4. So I'm kind of curious what their win condition is. Is it nukes? It feels like it's nukes, but if it's nukes, you're 70 signs down. Are your nukes fast enough? Is Taoism the dominant religion? It currently is. It's Japan's religion. It's kind of it's across a few cities. It's not like there's no religion victory coming. Like it's not like that. I thought people might build less knights these days. Dude, anything that's a cavalry unit gets built a lot. Because anything that has more than 2 movement is a game-changing unit. That's why you focus on these high-speed, heavy cavalry units. Oh, I gotta clean my nose. Is religious victory really achievable at pro level? I don't think so. Not for a 4v4 format. I feel like religion victory. I mean, you could rework this for a 4v4 format. You're never getting a religion victory in a 4v4. It's just not happening. It's never happening. You would need insane religious pressure. You would need like some way to spread it across the map quickly. So in terms of diplomatic, I mean, they managed to preserve a lot of their diplomatic favor on both teams. I think they're kind of on even score. It really depends on how much diplomatic favor they earn between now and the next Congress. Yeah, I mean, like, I can only imagine that the handful of times that religion victories have been pulled off kind of go down in the history books as like this person pulled off like an absolutely legendary win. We've got archaeologists coming out. I mean, look at this. I like this. This is pretty. Why is there so much culture on these tiles? What's happening? Is that Pantheon? No. Jesus, is this a luck? Somebody yields. Oh, it's Vesuvius. Yeah, it's Vesuvius. All right. Art Museum, Shipyard, campuses. He's coming up with a lot of really good stuff here. Some chariots still being pre-built. We are starting to see a little bit of armory and stuff like that. Could this be a suggestion that Greece is getting ready for war? It looks like a very light commitment, like he didn't have anything else to do in the city of Sparta, and so he's kind of just getting ahead of himself. Might be building this just for boosts or just the availability. I'm curious as to see what the great general situation is like. England potentially picking up the next one. But wow, yeah. Team Hansa has incredible control over the great general screen right now. I don't think I see many going for the other team. And any that do go have to be bought with faith or gold. I'm just catching up the stream. Can someone in the chat give me a little recap? You may as well rewind to the start of the stream, bud, and then just put that stuff on 2x. I know I speak pretty fast, but, you know, try to keep up. I'm liking Japan's position here. Aztec is starting to get his industrial zones up. He's also going for Terracotta Army. Now, I wonder if he's going for that Terracotta Army just for era score. Like, it seems a little bit early in the era to look for era score, so maybe he just wants to get, like, maybe there's a particular unit in here for promotions. Is it his spies that he wants to get promoted? That could be the thing that he's looking for here. I mean, his sim is just dominant. I'm surprised he hasn't committed more for I guess he got the 2 luxuries that spawned on it. He must have scouted it, and he knows. Yeah, he knows there's no more luxuries. So I guess he got the luxuries he wanted. He got the bonus he wanted, and that's him. That's a wrap. He's happy. Somehow this tile has like copper on it. I don't understand. Take a look at Eleanor. We're seeing, ooh, here we go. Encampment starting to be put down. That is the signal. That is the mobilization has been declared. Potential path to war here. Knights being pre-built. We're going to start seeing tanks out of Eleanor. Now, I wonder where will these tanks go? We're seeing scouts being built. Is this for potentially +1 amenities here on this player? Let's have a look. Eleanor. No. What are you doing with these scouts? What is happening? Are these paratroopers? What is going to happen? That was copper. Oh, is it aluminum? Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure. This looks like preparing for a tank push, building a whole bunch of heavy chariots, potentially also building some knights, slamming down a bunch of encampments. And is Canada ready for this war? I don't think so. And I mean, the war. Is there a railroad coming? I mean, Eleanor has positioning. Like, look at this. She's got a free run if she builds a railroad all the way to here, then just a regular road all the way over to here. Scouts for support bonus? For a naval push, maybe? For a land push, not so much. I'm not sure why you would build these. Maybe do you need vision? Do you need vision of... it might be just she needs vision. They need vision of like what's Canada doing. Is there an army coming? It might just... I think those scouts are actually just for vision or garrison amenities if they switch to that. Yeah, but they popped out scouts when they already had chariots, so I was a little bit confused. Coal power plant's coming up for Spain here. I need to like clear my... let's see here. Spain doing a really good job getting an entertainment complex, possibly just for amenities to keep these cities happy. I mean, as far as I can tell, Spain's cities seem pretty happy. There is a way for me to check. Oh, no, just sitting on that content level. No bonuses here. Eleanor's got to be happy, though, for sure. Yeah, +3 across all of these cities, netting her a 10% happiness bonus. So Eleanor's sitting pretty happy with those. And Aztecs at the +6. Oh my god, getting 20% extra yields across most of his empire, particularly his core worlds. And we are seeing Liverpool start to get battered down. The settler over here is like so close to escaping, but it's so far. Ooh. Quick moves. Any quick movers? Plenty of quick movers just sneaking his way along, trying to escape. This privateer is just so annoying. Malon Raiders. Oh, Malon Raiders! The Raiders are here. Now, they don't do so amazingly against Cuirassiers, but they can get a couple of pillages off. Forcing a response out of the Aztecs here. Can Spain trade across a continent split? Not really. Well, actually, yes. Spain is trading across a continent, which probably explains why they have 482 gold. My god, there's so many continents in this game. There are red units above Mapuche's empire. Those are English units levied by this player. I assume that was for era score? 12 turns remaining. That kind of lines up with when the last era popped. So 3 turns ago. This little rat, dude. I'm invested in whether or not this rat escapes. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, the damage. To scout above for safety of settle. That could also work. It's also a good reason. I mean, this bombard is chipping away at this city. I don't know if he can live long enough to get this settler down. This rat is caught in a trap. I'm just gonna say it right now. This rat is caught in a trap. He's gonna need to settle the city on this coastline and get sent gold to get another settler out, I think, just to be able to survive. I don't think he has time. I don't think he has time to escape. Oh, Japan's starting to settle along now. This nice area down here. What else is going on? Who have I not checked in on in a while? Mapuche, a very nice harbor on a lake here. This is like the Huey Lake, the most perfect Huey Lake that ever did exist. Really emphasizing, wow, really emphasizing those harbors over commercial hubs on the Mapuche, grabbing harbors as a preference. Does he want to compete for admirals while getting his trade routes? Interesting decision from him. I would love to pick his brain about that and ask him about it. I'm curious. Oh, Liverpool is dead as suspected. Yep, that's a wrap. Now, the unfortunate thing about capturing this city is it is going to make Hansa Team 2, or Team Left, they are not going to have as many diplomatic favor points when it comes to the World Congress. And, you know, is this a 7 lake? Yeah, the 7 seas map. How many luxuries for the Aztec? I believe the Aztec are on 10 or 13. 13 luxuries on the Aztec. This feels like it's got to go to nukes. Because like this Aztec player, this is disgusting. This is going to go so late. I had planned to sleep tonight, and I don't know if it's going to happen. Oh, railroads being built through Spain. All the way. Is this a railroad to... This is a railroad to Mapuche? It could very well be. I need to go close the window. It's getting cold. Danger of railroads is you start getting that pollution up and you start griefing your Diplo win. But I mean, to be honest, their Diplo win has already kind of been griefed. I think this is going to go late, and I think it's going to go to nukes, and I think we're going to see some fireworks. I mean, theoretically... For a moment there, it sounded like the rabbit turned into a were-rabbit. I involuntarily make noises sometimes. I can't control it. Hold on. Woo! Someone explained the nukes win. Just as soon as someone has nukes, the other team is getting obliterated. It's basically a win. Nukes don't win you the game. It's all about who gets to the nukes first, right? It's about who gets to the nukes first, and then it's all about positioning. Who strikes when? Who strikes where? Can we get, wipeouts on enemy armies? Can we capture their cities? Can we prevent their win condition? Now, I'm curious to see. Actually, I haven't checked culture victory in a long time. Eleanor is making 128 tourism per turn, which is nowhere near what you need to be making in order to get a win. I mean, I don't think we're going to see a culture victory today. I think the Diplo win is probably going to be the most contested thing that we see. I really do think it's going to come down to one team is going to see a few nukes fly. They're going to see their stats go down. They're going to see that they're not building nukes fast enough to counter nuke, and then that's potentially when they concede. Who has naval control for nuclear subs? I would say the lack of a city here on this lake kind of takes away naval control. I mean, if Canada is science victorying or Gorgo, I guess. I mean, submarines can shoot so far. Nobody really has control, I would say, on a seven seas map. I would say the safest one is the fact that England, Aztec, and Spain all share a lake, which means that you won't get a privateer in here to fire a nuke. It'll have to come from this lake, which Greece has totally avoided settling, whereas Spain has happily settled, which kind of takes away Greece's advantage there. Bit of a dangerous move to do. We've got the Japanese electronics factories coming up. His sim will start to come back online. I mean, his production will start to climb back up. His culture will start to climb back up. And he's going to start to get into a better position. And as I predicted, he had to settle the emergency city. He realized he wasn't going to get away. Sunderland is falling far too quickly. He's going to have to rat it out over here and potentially be handed a whole bunch of gold so he can maybe squeeze out an extra settler and pray that Mapuche can make a difference here, because he's clogged up. He's closed in. The walls are closing in, man. He's donating cities. I was adding to your list of how nukes decide a game. Oh, sorry. Doubters have been blessed. We have not yet seen. Look at him buying units, by builders, getting ready. England got left behind. No, England played their job correctly. England's job was to try to make Japan irrelevant, and I think mission mostly succeeded. I mean, Japan isn't completely irrelevant, but Japan is definitely hurt. Japan is definitely behind. I mean, they're on civil engineering when some of their allies are getting to fascism. Ooh, Eleanor fascism timing. That's a really fast fascism, actually. Eleanor is about to hit totalitarianism, getting that +5 combat strength and the war weariness reduction, as well as access to some really nice late game cards. I'm kind of scared here. More encampments coming down. Another armory being built. We've got a military academy being built. This honestly looks like tank prep. Look, we have heavy cavalry armies everywhere. Can Canada stop heavy tanks? It's a serious question. Like, I'm not even joking. He's on metal casting. He's working on mobilization. Ooh, he's on mobilization, which means he might have mass media ideology and totalitarianism to get through in order to be able to defend this. I don't know, bro. He might be able to hold it, but he might not be able to. I'm surprised considering her culture. Oh, her culture dipped, actually. It was like 4 something. England should have sent out that settler way earlier. It's easy to say that. It's easy to say that. With the benefit of hindsight. But don't forget, if England builds that settler sooner, that's less heavy cavalry defending his empire. And what you want to do when you're playing this game is you don't want to play safely. You want to play exactly to the edge of the limit of how you should play, right? You want to play to where that settler gets out, because you don't have to survive to the end of the game. You just have to survive till the end of the game, right? And what I mean by that is he just has to stay alive to the next World Congress. He just has to stay alive for the next 10, 20, 30 turns, and it might make a difference. He doesn't have to live. He doesn't have to be safe. I mean, it would be nice if he was, but if delaying that settler meant that he made Japan and Aztec use more resources, taking his empire, mission accomplished, really. Mission accomplished. Sunderland is falling, but not too quickly. We've got more engineers coming out. Man, what is this going on? There's just like he's actually building a highway. What? Like, and it's not even like... It's not even like a highway. It's like a 3-wide highway down the center of the Aztec line. Is this so... I don't even know what to tell you here. England has another settler past Mapuche. No, these are units. Ooh, Canada taking Rapa Nui. I'm surprised at that, considering Rapa Nui. I guess the Moe aren't too big of a deal. May as well kill the city-state in the late game. Crippled that Eleanor culture game. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, kill Rapa Nui. Does Blue's team need to go help? Who's Blue? Aztec to Gorgo highway? I mean, Gorgo is over here. Aztec is here. Surely the highway would go down through here. No? There's no railroad here. I'm slightly confused. Is he just screwing around with these until he needs to use them for something? I just heard like a noise. And it confused me. I honestly, I don't know what these I don't know what these railroads are for. I need to like ask the question. They're conquering Rapa Nui for England. Oh my god, this is like the most five-head play I've ever seen. Oh my god. This is actually the giga-brain play. You settle the rat city. They invest so much trying to kill this, thinking they've got you, right? Look how many knights here were purchased to try and kill England. And then you just levy a city-state, Vatican. Boom, you take Rapa Nui. That is actually the giga brain play. England is now secured and safe in the game. The only way they can be taken, like, there's nobody can get here. Nobody can get here. Oh, god damn it. Actually, this is like, I would never have thought of this. This is insane that this is what they've done. Brilliant. And it's not even a bad city. Like, right, it's got a theatre square. It's got like okay tiles, plenty of farms, lots of growth. I mean, you could it's got a harbour. England's not going to hate this. Like, you know, and there's room for like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 cities. England can kind of get back in here and get a little bit of gold. Like, they're not going to change the game, but they can at least get a little bit of sim, get a little bit of gold, pay for their army, and provide the diplo favor that their allies sorely need. I am so impressed at this play. Like, to recognize that it's possible to levy the city-state for the other team to not notice that it's happened. It requires an incredible amount of coordination and an incredible amount of game knowledge. It's just generally impressive. You should be commenting this part like it's a football match. I think I more want to comment it like a chess game that has like some high stakes moments. Like, generally we want to be a little bit cerebral, like, okay, like he's developing his knight and he's looking to maybe pressure, you know, c4, blah blah blah. You know, you start to like talk a little bit like that, like, oh, it looks like he's trying to get position. And then when like the big play happens, you have to be like, oh, okay, looks like he's absolutely completely, oh, he's taken that knight. And this is, I don't think, you know, Hikari was not expecting that move. And it's up to him now to respond. You know, you start to, that's the way you should comment it, in my opinion. Canada crashing again, unfortunately. But yeah, in my opinion, I've kind of thought a little bit about how Civ should be cast. I don't think it's more of a shout-casty kind of game. I don't think, oh my god, why? Yeah, I don't think it's like a shout-casty kind of game. I think it's more of a very relaxed, sort of cerebral, kind of fun, chill experience to watch it be played at like a high level. Now, I'm curious to see. I would love to be a fly on the wall. And oh my god, what is wrong? What do you want? Hold on, my rabbit is like digging. I need to go ask her what's going. Hey, what are you doing? Where did this digging come from? Where did the digging come from? Why are you digging? Huh? Are you digging? Why are you digging? Diggy diggy.
Black Cat.
Black Cat, thank you so much, Off Dog Watch, for your Twitch Prime. Hey, by the way, now is the perfect time to donate, to become a member of the channel, to give me those Twitch Primes. You know what? I want Twitch Primes right now. I've sat here for 4 hours casting some of the highest quality Civ in the industry, and I've gotten exactly like maybe 10 primes. Give me a couple of you guys sitting here with primes. Throw them at me, please. Any primers, exactly. Thank you for the primes. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for hosting and commenting. I appreciate it. See, there you go. There was some of you guys sitting here freeloading with your primes. I've been sitting here doing some of the best content available on Civ. Okay, Not to be, not to toot my own horn. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate the primes. You don't actually have the prime. I just, you do your little shout out and people remember that they have the primes. Oh, thank you so much, Ditto. Thank you so much, Groucho Marksman and Sam Parkinson. I've been freeloading for over a year. Bro. I mean, to be fair, I do make the content for free. I make most of my money through advertising and brand deals. So, there's 10 gifted subs. C Dazer, you're a champion. Ancient One
Sorry,
SC2.
I am so slow to respond.
Thank you for the Twitch primes. Thank you, and the biddies. Thank you for the biddies. I super appreciate you guys. Thank you. I realized that I had just I had casted a game for 4 hours and not once done a call to action for money. It's like, pay me. Working for free here, baby. Nightlock with the Twitch Prime as well. Thank you so much. I follow all sorts of different competitive games for over 8 years now. This is the first time I've seen a semi-final cast being interrupted by a rabbit. Well, life during lockdown. This is the semi-final for the CJJC Season 2. I don't know what that stands for. I'm gonna be real. I don't know. I'm just I'm casting a game. I like playing Civ. I like talking about Civ. My analytical knowledge is probably leaving something to be desired. Now, this is starting to make a little bit more sense. He's building them in a line. I don't understand what this whole business over here was. This is a very weird railroad, but this starts to make a little bit more sense, right? He's building in a line. I wish I had primes to give. Hey, listen, guys, if you don't have the Twitch Prime, oh my God, Stitskin Norse with another 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. If you don't have primes, don't worry about it. If you're a broke student who's or you're struggling for money, COVID's been hard on everyone, don't worry about it, right? But if you're just sitting there and you got a prime hanging around, bro, show me the prime. Come on. It's free. Have I not earned it? Thank you so much, Raid Runner, for the gifted sub as well. Looking good for two Hansa. Yeah, two Hansa's looking very dominant. Actually, Eleanor breaking the 600 production mark here. Finally starting to get those military academies out. There's a huge cuirassier army here. Now, I'm curious about the Great General situation. Will England be able to snag a Great General that's actually relevant for tanks? Where is she technologically? Looks like she is at refining. Now, refining is here, so she's about to unlock oil. So she's maybe 2 techs away from combustion. Could be seeing a tank push against Canada here, and I don't know if Canada's prepared. Airports are coming out. Ooh, Canada went top tree. Ooh, Canada, can you hold against this? Ooh, oh no. Canada has to see this mill score for Eleanor jumping up, and he has to know the writing is on the wall if he can't make it happen soon. He's building Bolshoi Theatre. A good wonder, because it does give you 2 civics. Might be able to close the gap between him and Eleanor, but I'm not sure if airports is going to save him here. I mean, technologically, he's working on castles. It does look like he's now finally catching back up on this bottom half of the tech tree, potentially making his own way towards tanks, but it could potentially be too little too late. Airplanes can do the job here, but these airports are relatively exposed. I mean, I guess technically airplanes can block tanks from moving because units can't walk onto tiles that airplanes are on for some reason. Yeah, to be fair, he only needs 1, 2, 3 fighters to plug the choke, and then if he parks a unit underneath them, they're basically invincible. So if he can get, here's the thing, if he can get 3 biplanes out, he has sealed the breach and he is safe. So it all depends on, will this tank timing actually hit at the right moment? Looking for a countdown here. People have been taking their time on their turns. Great profit out for England as well. Looks like they might be denying religion, I guess. Does that even make sense to deny a religion? No, I guess there's 5 religions. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, look at the amount of cuirassiers here coming out. Water parks coming as well. Still getting science. How's the Aztec sim looking? Oh, Aztec finished a whole bunch of something on the same turn. Has fully taken over England, essentially. This city is still holding. Let's have a little bit of a look around. Mapuche simming for gold right now. Does not expect himself to be going to war in the very, very close future. Getting out spies, getting out gold. preparing himself for the next phase of the game. I'm curious to see where is he technologically. It looks like he's over at flight, potentially boosting it for Canada, unless Canada already has it. Although it probably is the other way around because Canada has higher science. I like his land quality. I'm curious to see what his next major plays are. Let's have a look here at Canada. Ferris wheels coming up. Bolshoi Theatre only 5 turns from finishing. Airports. Greece. Have I talked about Greece? Oh, heavy cavalry starting to be produced by Greece. We're seeing heavy cavalry armies, heavy chariots coming out for Greece. They are also preparing for a tank timing. Where are they technologically? They're at ideology and steam power. They could be making their way. Ideology and steam power. They need to get to tanks. I don't know where they are on the rest of the tech tree, but they are heading towards flight. Steam power. Why would you go for steam power? Embarked movement? Railroads? Is she getting railroads? Do I see... military engineers. It's railroads. So, Gorgo is getting ready to build some railroads. Thank you so much, by the way, for the Twitch Primes. Necro Jake, Majestic Fish Lol, Rare Luke, Dr. Tron 5000, and... Did I miss any? Whistling Bear and Raid Runner. Just want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Is Canada looking here for a forward settle? I don't think you settle more cities unless you have steel. If you have steel as Canada, yeah, it looks like he has medieval walls up on these first few cities on the front line. Steel coming up for Eleanor here, and Kumasi will be the base of operations that is used against Canada, positioned quite well on this convergence. Canada's first airport coming online, hangar being built. Does he have the turns to wait? I honestly, I feel like these cuirassiers could just roll into Canada right now and cause him huge problems. Countdown to extinction is initiated. He's trying to clear out the horsemen, deny vision from Eleanor. Eleanor seems to be relatively okay with that trade, not worried about it. This is terrifying, seeing this huge army supported by railroads, artillery, well, soon to be artillery. Ooh, with a 600 production empire behind it, cranking out an endless flood of units, even getting the military academies up. I mean, look at Kumasi, one shot from this bombard army, and the city's walls are basically dead. And these cuirassiers, they're going to take this down this turn. Canada's out of time. They don't have it. There's nothing left. Canada won't be able to defend this unless there is some heroic maneuvering. I'm terrified for Canada here. What do you do? What do you do here? Genuinely have no idea what you would do here. Can they defend this? I don't know. See, I'm saying they can't, but I'm an inexperienced player. Maybe they see a way. Man, this really was the only flat tile that you could put the airport on. That's a feels bad man moment. Can we get purchasing heavy cav? Timing for military science, looking for those. He is only a couple of techs away from tanks, but raising Kumasi, I guess you're only allowed to capture one city-state, and they did capture Valletta. I don't know how I feel about that city-state rule. Still not switching over to units. I mean, what can he build here to stop these? Does he have cuirassiers of his own? Does he have a great general? Does he? Maybe he just doesn't see it coming. That's the thing. I mean, he has to know it's coming because he's seen Kumasi get killed, so he knows something is coming. And these aren't inexperienced players, so he has to know a way to defend. My question is, 3 jets and he never gets in. That's the real question. Is like, is he going to be able to get those airports up? I mean, like this cuirassier, it's in next turn, bro. It's like it's in his empire next turn. And I don't think you stop it. This wave, this is like genuinely impossible to deal with. I don't think these non-cuirassier armies. I mean, look at the damage difference here. Even if they were the one attacking, we're talking like a 20 combat strength difference here, based on all of the advantages that the cuirassier army provides. A 21 combat strength difference. That is scary. The fascism is the big thing here. How close is Canada to fascism? He's picking up exploration, which I guess. Do you want to come out, Eve? Hold on, I gotta let my bunny out because she's like being... You know what? No, she can stay in. I'll let her out after the game because I know she's just going to cause trouble if I let her out. Here, do you want more food? Hang on. Ooh, the railroad positioning. Railroad positioning, Monka W. I mean, he does have cuirassier cores and he is getting a lot more really quickly. But now it's a 4-wide choke that he has to defend. I mean, he still technically has a 3-wide. Ooh, he needs to protect that airport. Ooh, that's a dead airport. I don't know what to tell you guys. It's not looking good. The railroads, like this, honestly... You got to show respect for the railroads here at this point. Canada probably panicking, edge of his seat. 4 turns from fascism. That's 4 turns where Eleanor just has +5 combat strength. Now, to be fair, Eleanor can't really slam these cities very effectively. But does that even matter, bro? When you can just pillage all of this land with your heavy cavalry. I don't know. And you have a constant change. Artillery coming through as well. How close is she? Combustion 2 turns away. Kapachok wins another game. You know what, bro? You might be right. Anchor Watt coming up for Kapachok. Oh my god, this guy is actually just simming. Like he was like, I need to get my stats up. More stats. I am the stat man. Statman would be a great DJ name. We need to get Kapachok to DJ under the name Statman. Preston, flipping independent, which doesn't matter because they have Rapa Nui over here. Preserving the life of England. Can they survive 10 turns to another World Congress? Will that even change the game? You know what? I'm on Team Canada. I think Canada can defend this, Copium. Heavy chariots coming out in every single city that he owns. Now, what he has done, he's probably traded away all of his strategic resources to another player who's acting as a bank, and then he is pumping heavy chariots to be upgraded into cuirassiers next turn. Canada might be able to pull this off. You never know. Greece, how are you doing? Oh, Ironclad. Is that for a boost, perhaps? Boosting steel. We've got Alhambra coming. I mean, Greece is a bit of a dark horse here. I mean, they're no slouch. I mean, look at the damage on these Greek cuirassier armies, getting those extra combat strength points from the military policy slots on top of fascism and Alhambra, which could be coming up fairly soon for Greece. I expect Greece to give Spain here a very, very blackened eye. All right, what are the moves? Let's have a look. All right, full retreat, abandoning the airports, which I think is the right move. I don't think you can get airplanes out, unfortunately. It was just slightly too late, and that's the thing about Civ, is it comes down to just 1 or 2 turns. Is pillaging viable in multiplayer games? Not only is it viable, it is broken, dude. It's broken. You will, like, the amount of value you get from pillaging tiles is insane. You take away a tile from your enemy and you get gold. This bombard actually just slaps this city for a quarter of its fortification health, a third nearly of its fortification health. This thing just clapped the cheeks of this city. Okay, we have cuirassier armies coming up. Canada is mounting a sustainable defense, but like, this is so many pillages. Like, this is what I'm talking about. He's going to dismantle his economy, maybe not his entire economy, but at least a portion of it, and that just puts like an already ahead Eleanor player further ahead of this Canada player. Although his sim is incredible, he's up to 500 production per turn. That is, this Canada player has every time I've talked crap about him, he has surprised me by simming up to a level that I was not expecting. Every time I say he's a little bit behind where he should be, Mounties coming out. Do we see a national park? Do we see a national park Mountie play? How good are these Mounties at defending? The problem is he didn't have time to prepare the national parks. Now these Mounties, they get +5 combat strength when fighting in 4 tiles of a national park and +5 within an owned national park. So these are 70 combat strength units, potentially getting up to 80 with just a national park in the area. Does he have time to get builders out, though, to do this? It's scary. Imagine instead of an airport, it was an encampment. I mean, I understand why he went for the airport. I think the airports were not a bad play. It's just that it didn't quite work out with him because the timing. The Eleanor just hit a really solid timing on him. You add an extra 4 or 5 turns here, and this airport play was the right move as far as I'm concerned. These players are operating in the fog of war, and they can't see what their enemies are doing, and sometimes you just get taken by surprise. And the best laid plans of mice and men go awry. Looks like England is finally getting back up their Diplo quarter, trying to preserve their team's diplomatic congress potential. Tank army incoming. Rut-row. Here it is. Here they are. 2 tank armies have been completed. And in all honesty, Eleanor's economy is so strong. She just needs to flip 1 city and every single one of these cuirassiers will explode and become a tank army, shedding off their mortal coil. These horses will not be pulling tanks anymore. They will be fueled by petrol engines. Why are you chewing the bars? Dude, don't buy rabbits, okay? Whatever you do. Not even once. I'll let you out later. You're in there for your own safety because you chew things that are electrical, and you will accidentally kill yourself. And I love you, and I don't want that to happen to you. Okay, so you're staying in there. Building the hangar instead of the biplane was strange. I don't know if I would consider that strange. I mean, the hangar is it gives you extra air slots +2 production. I mean, maybe it was a little bit strange. I don't know if it was that bad. I would have built the biplane personally, but he probably wouldn't have even finished it, you know. We do have Mounties coming out, some pillaging happening. Any other areas of action, man? Ooh, it really does feel like Hansa is just closing the noose, closing the jaws around Barking Gang. But Barking Gang has not folded. They have not fallen over. And it just goes to show you how good these players are, that they do not collapse under pressure. Even when they're facing near insurmountable odds, they somehow manage to hold against these odds. And it does look like, science projects being worked by Mapuche. Ooh, the competition for Albert Einstein is on. Albert Einstein, an incredibly important late game scientist. England is ahead. And it looks like Canada is close behind, and Mapuche is competing for it with these great... Now, that's a nice thing about this is Eleanor will not have the stats required to compete with this while trying to fight a war with Canada. So getting that up potentially opens up nuke as an option for Mapuche here. This is a game changer. If he manages to grab Albert Einstein on Mapuche here, that could be a game changer. You just never know. I wonder now, does Mapuche have, or Lautaro rather, does he have plugged in, does not have the scientist card plugged in, doesn't have it unlocked, only has inspiration. Where are you on your techs? Only at mass media. He needs capitalism or nuclear program. He's only here on the civic tree. His culture is just not strong enough to allow him to carry this as hard as he needs to, potentially here. Is there any chance for some Civ 6 games without DLC to show some strategies for the raw base game? I think the raw base game is just like less interesting, maybe. No, I'll think about it. The Anthology edition is like super cheap and available, so why wouldn't you buy it? As far as I'm concerned, it like gives you all the content for like €60 or something. Say Basil's coming up in Japan. Now, I wonder what is Japan's role here in this game? I mean, he has somehow simmed up to stats I would have never, ever guessed that he would have based on the state of this game 40 turns ago, where he had basically thrown his empire at England and was in a devastatingly poor position. But now He seems to have kind of climbed his way back into the game, and he's looking pretty okay. I mean, he's got shipyards. He's getting units. He looks like he's setting up to control this ocean and prevent... I mean, here's the problem. You can have all the nukes you want, Mapuche. If you have no way to launch them or any way to follow up on them, I don't think the nukes are going to matter. I mean, a single privateer just walks up here and pillages this airport, and you're just donezo. Yeah, I think that's Japan's job, is to disrupt and delay the Mapuche here. Yeah, the district cluster here is really, really nice here on Japan. I mean, the adjacency on these has got to be insane. Like, we're looking at a +8 campus here, another +8 campus, another +8 campus, a +2 wait. He has the doubling card in. That's why. Yeah, he has the doubling card in for both of these. I mean, these are disgusting. 160 turns left before Kaba wins by score. I don't think we're going to see a score victory here, man. Monument, sewer, campus, hangar. Why is he building sewers? Does he need housing? Is he boosting democracy? Like, what is he doing? I don't know. Yeah, he wants democracy boost, maybe? 4 sewers you need for democracy boost. Oh, Japanese cluster. Yeah, my bad. Whoops. I was on autopilot there. The Japanese cluster, 12 campus. 12 campus. 6 holy site. 6, 7 holy site. 7 holy site. That's a 4. That's a 7. Very nice cluster here. Mitla? Mitla captured someone's settler. Hold on. Wait. Does that mean the believers win? Oh no. Oh no. Did the believers win the prediction? I need to ask. I think we're going to have to ask for an admin ruling here. This feels like a believer win. I mean, a settler got snatched. Perhaps not the settler we were expecting, but Mitla here, part of the 4th column in terms of the gambling here, and has managed to snatch a settler, forcing my hand to give the win for the prediction to the believers that the yoink would go through, unless someone can make a compelling argument for me not to click this button right now and hand out these points. A settler steal is a settler steal. That's true. We did not stipulate any conditions that a player had to steal the settler. Ooh, this could be litigated. We might have to have an argument about this. This is not fair. Ooh, the doubters are revolting. If you don't understand what's going on, we made a prediction where people can bet invisible, pointless points on whether or not a settler would get stolen this game. And people are now arguing as to whether or not Mitla stealing a settler counts. Mitla has huge borders, by the way, because people are investing like an absurd, like a literal, like, dude, 37. They have been fighting over this the entire game. 37 tourists. Every time you put a tourist into a city-state, their borders expand, okay? Just to put that in perspective. Every time, okay? This is why this is the fattest Mitla that's ever lived. They have literally, like, Lautaro and Spain have done nothing but put envoys into the city-state since the start of the game. I missed the Aztec tanks going for Greece. Oh, hello, railroad, apparently. Greece, you're out of time, bro. Where's your answer? Combustion, 2 turns away. What are we looking at? 2 turns away until tanks. I mean, I think he can hold. He is 2 turns away from conservation. That's a bit of a weird choice. Totalitarianism. Uh-oh. Victoria is dead. Tank armies appeared. We spent a lot of time talking about random ass crap. I mean, Mounties. Apparently, Moose Cavalry don't do too badly against tanks here. Their stirred words piercing this, English steel, the Churchill tank being obliterated by the Canadian apology. Canada is dead. Greece is probably dead. It kind of feels like Hansa has it's Hansa's game to lose right now. A huge tank push pushing in from the south in towards Greece. A huge tank push pushing in against Canada. Canada, the pocket player trying to defend. I mean, look at these biplanes. They're basically throwing cabbage at these tanks, doing near zero damage. I mean, that's like 5 damage here. You may as well drop like leaflets asking them to go home from your biplane at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not effective. It's not good. It's not going to work. Lautaro, what's your play? Your teammates crumbling. I mean, I say it like that, but the reality is that these are team players. They know, like they're constantly discussing between each other. Will I go aggro? Will I go to war? Will I keep simming? Like they will discuss. They will decide. They come to collective agreements. No player makes an individual mistake. It all just comes down to what the team decides. The team will make a play. But this is a little bit scary here. Does Greece have a hand in helping? I mean, both Greece and Canada are being pushed here in a way that I'm not sure they can hold. Ruhr Valley coming up in Madrid, going to boost the city's production up. However, the one tile forest fire crippling the city's population by 1. Let's see how these tanks move. Ooh, a couple of kills happening. No major moves. Railroads being built by Spain. That's got to be nice to have a teammate supporting. And he's bringing in infantry corps to support as well. Foregoing tanks. And it looks like Brantford is starting to fall. The artillery obliterating Canada's cities. And I'm worried here. Canada, how long can you hold? Is holding worth it? Will you even survive? Is this GG? Are they clinging to it because that's how how they play? They just will not surrender. We have Mounties. We have bounties. We have biplanes. The Mountie positioning. Oh, the tank hits. Not a whole lot of moves left up here, but I do want to keep an eye on the action. Mounties falling. The Canadian apologies not strong enough to bend English steel. I was going to say Nippon steel, but Japan's over here. Aztec tanks lying in wait, ready to pounce upon Greece. Yeah, I really feel like the only thing that saves Canada here is like the greatest blizzard in human history somehow spawns here and heads to the southeast and kills all of these tanks. I mean, at this point, how many rat players can you have on your team before you give up? Yeah, the Aztec tanks haven't moved. Let's have a look. All right, Aztec combat bonus. 121. 3 from Intel, 5 from Fascism, and 14 luxury bonus. Dude, these tanks are not messing around, and Greece is a turn from combustion. Now, here's the thing. That's the GG. There it is. An incredible game. An incredible game.
History is written from the hand of the victor.
Incredible. That's it. They surrendered. They gave up. Well, we're gonna have to talk about it. GG, dude. They surrendered. That's it. They didn't think they could hold out anymore. And I mean, to be fair, they played an incredible game. I really do think it was like the timing on these tanks was just way too on point here from Eleanor, arriving potentially like 3 or 4 turns ahead of when they would have been too late. I mean, the timing here is just impeccable. Really, really impeccable. And then you add to the fact that this Aztec push with a huge railroad built just for the Aztec all the way down here to get these tanks to the front line ASAP. Like incredible coordination between these players. They're playing at a level that, you know, the average person does not a chance. No chance. I am curious here to see if we will get a post-game chat between the two teams. I think they do speak two different native languages, but they might not. But this has been a fun game to watch. And can you search the map for railroad networks? I think as an observer, I'm not allowed to do searches, unfortunately. It just goes on forever. Because technically I have no vision of the map. And this vision that I see is kind of hacked together. How much would it cost to leave a scout in no man's land? Baku 1, how did England go in the end? Unfortunately, England smashed up Canada. England managed to escape a little rat city in Preston, and then they managed to get England a rat city in Rapa Nui, more like Ratanui, the cockroach Nui, the safe place where they can hide away and potentially help out with their victory here. I think it was just really, really, really tight play here from Hansa. They did an incredible job. And I'll pop into the post game. You can hear the players talk about the game here in a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Saj.
Unlucky.
I was supposed to like put 3 planes in the chat and see you at Newts, but too bad we have no oil.
Mm-hmm. Who took oil scientist, by the way? So I think somebody took it.
It's
Oh yeah,
you, no?
Aztec. Yeah,
Yeah.
Aztec took it, yeah.
No oil.
I should have projected for it earlier, but
So he didn't build it because he had no oil.
anyway, GG.
GG.
Nice team.
GG, that was a fun game. By the way, who got a settler stolen by Mitla?
Arpeidator. Ziffy.
I'm Sadus.
It's Ziffy potato. Because Omega forgot to take it back, so the settler was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious.
Oh, you talk about my settler.
Yeah, who lost the settler to Mitla?
I think it was on purpose, honestly.
What?
I'm
You mean
talking
Ah,
well,
nice.
unfortunately, that still does count as a settler steal, so I'm going to have to pay out that prediction.
Nice prediction, boy.
How did you guys feel about the game? What went wrong? What went right?
Positioning.
Strategies went wrong. We didn't have any oil for me to build planes, so I died.
Yeah, I was wondering why you were building hangars. I guess you just had no oil, right?
I mean, I thought Jiffy had oil sooner, so I built aircraft, and then I saw that we had literally 0 oil, so I literally died in 3 turns.
Yeah.
Because if I put like 3 planes in the truck, I'm fine for the rest of the game. I mean, until nukes, but we had no oil, so no planes, so I died.
Oh, that sucks because you played like so well on Canada. You had like a really nice early sim. You got the Temple of Artemis. You got like really, really good position. You had isolated start. You didn't get Yosemite until really, really late. But I mean, you settled really well, and you had like incredible trade going with Greece. I really liked your position. Like your sim was insane. Every time I looked at you, you went up like 100.
A bit too slow, but because Propi projected a lot of writers, so it was a bit slow.
Yeah.
Maybe, Jer, what do you think about going for commercial
Instead of harbors?
Yeah, because on your capital you can have merchants with Oracle. Maybe it's
Yeah.
better, but you don't have the. It's hard because you don't have the technology. You can have harbors and commercial hub at the same time for your city goddess. So I don't know.
I went Artemis into harbors, so yeah.
I think you did good, but yeah. The naval setup from Hansa is too big.
Yeah, but
Yeah, Spain and England capital on the same
I
sea and
mean,
continent split.
we had a lot of gold as well, but the fact
Yeah,
that our Victoria
you-
is 1v3 inland, it's very bad.
You have to sacrifice like almost all your tempo and Gorgo as well to have like half their gold per turn. So it's too lame. Like
I mean, we were finding gold until
Like,
it's because I'm in Dark Age, so
Spain and England have to make zero effort to trade, and they double your gold,
Yeah.
Mm.
and then they can just sim with their bonuses, and you are always behind. And also Sprague being in front with the only naval sieve.
Yeah, but we managed to save him.
Yeah, and you played well.
The Rapa Nui, that was such a good moment, dude. When you guys, I was like,
but
wait,
we
why did
called
they levy?
we called Sprig to put escape shelter turn 20.
Yeah, turn
That was
20, I
so
told him to send the escape settler, but he
Hello
didn't.
guys, hello.
Hello, Troubleshoot. So big, Troubleshoot.
I think
Wow, I look Mapuche have God's power. Look his style, look his capital. Wow.
j'ai rien compris, frère.
okay.
Il a dit que t'avais un god spawn, mec.
Ah ouais, bah, c'est pas forcément faux. Enfin, j'ai pas un god spawn, j'ai un bon spawn, quoi.
With Lege, we think you Barkingor, you did one big mistake. I'm pretty sure Omegaya you could have went. It's a team call, obviously, but as long as Japan goes for Olisite and will push Sprague, I think you can just settle 2 or 3 cities on the
Yeah,
coast.
we told
Oh,
him.
we talk
And
about that.
You just chop galleys and
It's,
he's completely dead, and you save Sprague, and maybe you can come back, but it's not
We
even
talk-
sure.
We
It's
talk about that, but
it's about what we scout. We were almost sure that me and and GR could go to Japan.
Yeah, we thought we
You
could
can
go.
with a canal, but it's
Yeah,
hard.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
we thought we were connected, so Jiffy even went for Oligarchy Legacy.
But I mean, Gorgo and Canada, you make gold and you scale for the late game. Omega has only that to do, because
Yes.
he can only sim with science, and he has no impact if he doesn't do that.
yes, but the fact that I had to put my plan was to put third city on for the big monkey and fourth for trade with them. So I had to do that on B5 or B6, and it's so hard to take the call.
Yeah,
Like,
in the early game, yeah. But
on
I think you
on
can take it
B-
when you see the early site. But it's hard.
Yes, but like
I
even
mean, you
if
can.
even if he go Oli side, he can still have some galley, and he has +5. And
the
No.
the early call was because I knew I didn't have a land that scale very well. So I wanted to go on Japan with boats, and Omegaya just swim with Malons. It was the plan earlier, but it was all fucked up because we couldn't go.
And also you can even if you don't settle on East Coast, your Etemen Kilyong city, you can put harbor and flooding in the city of so much production. I think you can just win the naval fight with that one harbor on the
But
the city.
I think we
I'm-
can't kill Japan anyway. So
I'm
Yeah,
seeing
but you can
broadcast
take
and
his capital, and maybe if you call this, it's hard. But maybe if you call this, you can double push Sprague with Omega Air naval and buying like Malons and everything, and
I'm
Sprague
looking your
take some cities.
I'm looking your stream, lady, and I see Canada last in production. Very sad.
what?
Yeah,
but
like,
you lost
City,
city,
you
you lost city.
Yeah, but yeah, but not a lot of mine. Ah, yeah, I lost 3 city. Okay.
Of course, you are behind.
I'm curious about my production.
It was great during
okay.
all the game. Yeah, you did great with the field in the team. It was okay, but I think you didn't find your role in the game, unlike Megaya, and it was.
But my plan was to push,
I
but
mean, his role-
I missed a bit tempo
His role comes later, so
because I didn't went straight to industrialization because I was afraid I see Spain with Niter,
Okay.
so I'm a bit scared. But yeah. And I was in the general screen, and I was like, guys, should I buy it with gold or I don't have it? And when I say this, they boot it, they buy it. So
Yeah.
I'm fucked.
I don't know. You should watch again the VOD to see if you could do something against Spain at some moments. Maybe,
I don't
maybe
know.
not.
I don't think.
Yeah, I was too.
I mean, he
Because
has,
because
he's
because I
free sim
went.
and he has infinite gold to defend, so...
Yeah, because I went Arbor, I have really low science early, so I think it's pretty useless to go. It's just IRL myself when I'm almost the only carry here, because JR can't really do much too.
I took
great.
defender, so I don't think it's pushable.
Oh, but even with defender, I have leading culture and I have my bonus.
That's true, yeah, that's true.
Sajo. Anyway, good luck for rest of the competition, guys.
Yeah, thank you about the game. Well played, Frenchies, and well played, German, of course. See you in the final. Now, do you have some wishes about what team do you want to face? C'est vrai, why? Okay. Okay, I understand. Okay, then see you next time, and thank you for the game, everybody.
Yeah, bye bye.
See you, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah, good game all. Thank you guys for playing. It was really fun to watch you guys play. If you guys don't have anything else to say, I'll jump out too.
Thank you, Potato, for casting.
Yeah, absolutely a pleasure. I look forward to it again. Well, this was there's no game 3, right?
No.
Yeah.
Rip.
But maybe you can ask to catch the finals.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I will. It's in a couple of weeks, right?
What? Sorry?
What? When is it?
Maybe next week, yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, I'll see if I can do that. All right, catch you guys
Okay,
later.
anyway, bye. Have a good night.
Love you all. Bye bye. All right, pretty good. We got to hear the players talk. We got to hear a little bit of post-game analysis. I really, really enjoyed this game. I feel like I learned a little bit. I feel like I need to play multiplayer. I really need to have someone who understands the game beside me. I feel like that's what was lacking from my game analysis here. I felt like I was asking a lot of questions and didn't have a whole lot of answers to them. But I really, really enjoyed the process of watching. I'm surprised. Like, I never thought I would get this much fun out of watching a game of Civ, but it really is engaging. It really is fun, and it really is just like an enjoyable experience. I am going to go ahead and wrap up and clap up the stream here, boys. So thank you guys all for stopping by. Thank you all for stopping in.